Good morning. Good afternoon. Parliament is resumed. I will ask the Honourable Member for Georgetown West to grace us with prayers.
Good afternoon. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the governor of our islands, the premier, the speaker of the Parliament, the leader of the opposition, ministers of the cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the Judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
Honourable members, I have the great honour and privilege to share with you this morning and with the listening public that Parliament will be hosting an official visit next week by the Right Honourable Sir Lindsay Hoyle MP, the Speaker of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. This visit marks the first occasion that a Speaker of the UK Parliament has made an official visit to the Cayman Islands, and this is testament to the importance that Sir Lindsay places on the overseas territories, 16 jurisdictions including the Cayman Islands, Montserrat, St. Helena, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and others. In honor of this special occasion in Cayman's parliamentary history, a special meeting of the House will be convened next Thursday, the 1st of August at 10:30 a.m. here at the Parliament. Sir Lindsay is the 158th Speaker of the House of Commons, having first been elected into this position by his colleagues in November 2019. He recently won his seat again in the elections held on 4th of July and was again re-elected as Speaker of the House of Commons for a second term on the 8th of July. He has a long and illustrious career in the UK Parliament, having served on several committees as well as being elected as the Chairman of Ways and Means for 9 years, a senior member of the House of Commons who acts as one of the Speaker's 3 deputies. Throughout his parliamentary career, and particularly in his senior role of Speaker, Sir Lindsay has been a fierce and loyal advocate for the overseas territories, elevating our voice in Westminster. I have known Sir Lindsay for many years. My friendship with Sir Lindsay is built on a shared commitment to fostering strong diplomatic ties between our parliaments. When I last saw Sir Lindsay, it was in March of this year for the 75th Commonwealth celebrations. He held an official dinner in his residence for speakers of the overseas territories, where we discussed the challenges that we face some of which are shared, some that are unique to us, notably our disaster risk management, security, and our environmental sustainability. It was there that I was reminded of his remarkable dedication to serving not only his constituents, but also the House in his position as Speaker, ensuring that the principles and procedures of the House are upheld fairly and responsibly. But I was also reminded and indeed struck by the true dedication he has to honoring the overseas territories. On May the 9th, 2023, Sir Lindsay unveiled a new stained glass window in the Speaker's house at Westminster. This window was dedicated to the territories and includes the coats of arms of all of the territories, including Cayman's, beautifully surrounded by the coats of arms of each of the other territories, which he called part of our United Kingdom family. Honourable members, I look forward to welcoming Sir Lindsay to the Cayman Islands and to showcasing a rich culture and history for him. I look forward to this special meeting next week and hope that you will extend a warm welcome to him as well. This visit highlights you and your work. It highlights our Parliament, our government, and our country. It is a unique opportunity to participate in this great relationship that we are honored to share with the United Kingdom Parliament. Honourable members, all of us will be aware that we are starting today's sitting at almost 1 p.m. Today is the day, Thursday, that private members' business should take precedence over government business. But events conspire, and we have to roll with the flow. I've had an extensive discussion with the Honourable Acting Premier, and I hope members will agree with the approach that we have collectively agreed on as to how to finish the remaining business on the parliamentary agenda. There are, on the current order paper, there are 24 reports to be laid, which will take some little while. There are also 9 statements which run to 91 pages. And so even if I say only 1 minute a page, that's an hour and a half. It's more like 2.5 hours. So the reality is that's not taking into account the parliamentary questions. Before we get to the 4 private members' motions. So it's not difficult to realize that if we go down that particular road, we won't get any private members' motions dealt with at all today. So there's also the matter of the motion regarding the Electoral Boundary Commission's report, which is another bit of government business, an important bit of government business. So the Honourable Acting Premier and myself have had to concede that it is impossible to complete the government's agenda today, and we will not try to do that. So the way we're going to approach this is, I have, after discussion with the Honourable Acting Premier and with Minister Ebanks-Wilkes, I've agreed to allow 2 statements to proceed today because of the importance with respect to timing. One from Minister Turner relates to the Section 11.5 statement, and of course we're just finishing up the Business of Finance Committee with respect to the 2022-2023 year. And the statement from the Minister Ebanks-Wilkes relates to Regen and there's a parliamentary question dealing with that today. So those two will go ahead today. Their reports will be laid as indicated on the order paper, and then the parliamentary questions, or I should say parliamentary questions before the statements, and then we'll get into the private members' motions. But we are going to ensure, and it is my responsibility to ensure, that all members have full and fair opportunity to present their business to the House. The ministers, their statements, the private members, their parliamentary questions, and their private members' motions. So we're going to see how the day goes, but I want to assure members that all business is going to be dealt with before Parliament rises, or adjourns, I should say, and for this meeting adjourns. Right, enough from me. Madam Clerk.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports.
Many.
Cayman Islands Expungement Board, Office of the Deputy Governor, Cayman Islands Government, 2021-2022 Annual Report, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 44 of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act 2018 revision, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable Parliament the 2021-2022 Annual Report for the Expungement Board. This particular annual report covers both the 2021 and 2022 calendar years.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor wish to speak thereto?
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker, given the public interest in this particular work that's done by this commission, by this board. Mr. Speaker, I wish to provide a very brief summary highlighting the 2021 and 2022 annual report for the CI Expungement Board. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the former chairman of the Expungement Board, Mrs. Marilyn Brandt, for her hard work, dedication, and commitment to the work of the board during her tenure and the period covered in this report. And many thanks as well to other dedicated board members. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, the Expungement Board was first established in 2018 with the enactment of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act. This is the board's 4th annual report. The primary objective of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act is to implement a scheme to limit the effect of a person's conviction for a range of offenses if the person, having served his or her sentence, subsequently completes a period of crime-free behavior. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Criminal Records Spent Conviction Act establishes that criminal records for certain convictions and offenses can never be expunged, including, for example, treason, murder, and child pornography. Schedule 2 and Section 12 of the Act provides the full list of offenses and convictions for which criminal records cannot be expunged. Where, however, Mr. Speaker, the criminal records of a person has been expunged, the Act establishes that the person will be treated for all purposes in the Act as a person who has not committed the offense, been charged with the offense, been prosecuted for the offense, been convicted of the offense, or been sentenced for the offense. Mr. Speaker, in Schedule 4, the Act specifies certain professions and offices of employment where persons must disclose expunged criminal records. Section 44 of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act requires the board to submit an annual report containing the number of applications for expungement, the number of expungement of criminal records that the board approved or disapproved, categorized by the offense for which they relate, and, if applicable, the district of residence of the applicant, among other information. Mr. Speaker, in summary, for the 2021 and 2022 calendar years, the board processed 153 applications. 52 applications were processed in 2021 as well. This number almost doubled in 2022 with 101 applications processed that year. Mr. Speaker, of the 153 applications processed over the 2 years, 114, or 75% of those applications, were deemed eligible and approved by the board. The remaining 39 applications were deemed ineligible for expungement as they did not meet the required crime-free period as stipulated in the Act. Mr. Speaker, with every expunged record, our citizens are given an opportunity for a fresh start in life. It is therefore rewarding to know that between 2021 and 2022, 114 individuals, having served their sentence and remained crime-free for the required period, have had their criminal records expunged. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Expungement Board are volunteers appointed by the Governor. They provide a very important service to our community. I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to the Chair and members of the Expungement Board. We look forward to their continued service and support of second chances and new opportunities for our citizens. I would also like to acknowledge with gratitude the past service provided by Pastor Alson Ebanks, an inaugural member of the Expungement Board, and to welcome new member, Mr. Michael Bromby, who joined the board in 2022. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the staff in the Office of the Deputy Governor who provide Secretariat services to the Expungement Board for their support in its effective functioning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor.
Cayman Islands Human Rights Commission, Promoting, Protecting and Preserving Human Rights. Annual Report, 1 January 2022 to 31 December 2022. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the 13th report of the Human Rights Commission. The report covers the period 1st of January 2022 to 31st of December 2022, in line with its constitutional mandate found in Section 116, subsection 8 of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever so briefly. During the 2022 reporting period, the Commission delved into the topic of migrants in relation to their arrival, handling, the asylum process, and the fair treatment of migrants in general. The Commission also dedicated significant attention to providing feedback to the Law Reform Commission in its Penal Code Reform discussion paper and discuss LGBTQ issues. Lastly, the Commission received, assessed, and addressed queries and complaints, including from our fellow Caymanians in relation to human rights matters. This report demonstrates that the Commission has continued its work to promote, protect, and preserve the integrity of human rights values into everyday life by continuing to monitor human rights in policy, practice, and legislation, developing strategies to build awareness through education, events, and presentations, investigating alleged breaches or infringement of human rights by public officials, and engaging with civil society and the media. I encourage members of the Honorable House and the public to familiarize themselves with the contents of the report, which is available online at www.humanrightscommission.ky, and I would like to take this opportunity to formally thank the outgoing former chairperson, Mr. Dale Crowley, and former member, Ms. Joni Kirkconnell, for their service and valuable contributions to the Commission. I am grateful for their dedication and that of existing Commission members and their commitment to improving these islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
The 24th Report of the Commission for Standards in Public Life, 1 August 2022 to 31 January 2023. The 25th Report of the Commission for Standards in Public Life, 1 February 2023 to 31 July 2023. The 26th report of the Commission for Standards in Public Life, 1 August 2023 to 31 January 2024. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the 24th report of the Commission for the Standards in Public Life covering the period 1st of August 2022 to 31st of January 2023.
So ordered.
The 25th report of the Commission for Standards in Public Life covering the period 1st of February 2023 to 31st of July 2023.
So ordered.
And the 26th report of the Commission for Standards in Public Life covering the period 1st of August 2023 to 31st of January 2024.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Acting Governor, Deputy Governor wish to speak for the three reports?
Just to say, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to thank the members of the Commission for the Standards in Public Life for the stellar work that has been delivered under the chairmanship of Dr. Sonia Bush. I would also just wish to remind members that there is the we currently have open the period for the filing of our annual declarations through the dedicated online Register of Interest portal with the deadline of 31st of July 2024, and to encourage members of this Honourable House and the public to familiarize themselves with the excellent work of the Commission for the Standards of Public Life, where that report is located online at www.standardsinpubliclifecommission.ky. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Cayman Islands Government 2023 Portfolio of the Civil Service Annual Report, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the annual report for the portfolio of the Civil Service as at 31st of December 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor wish to speak thereto?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the portfolio of the Civil Service has three strategic areas of delivery: HR policy, public sector reform, and good governance. It is comprised of the Office of the Deputy Governor, our core portfolio of policy and administration within the portfolio, the Civil Service College, the Management Support Unit, the Strategic and Corporate HR Unit, which includes payroll, data, and job evaluation teams, the Cayman Islands National Archives, the Commission Secretariat, the Internal Audit Service, the Elections Office, the Office of Education Standards, and the Passport and Corporate Services Office. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the portfolio of the Civil Service delivered numerous programs to modernize the civil service and to pursue our joint vision to be a world-class organization. To ensure seamless continuation of the Civil Service's strategic plan, the Management Support Unit led a civil service strategy refresh. The new Civil Service strategic plan was launched this year, and it aims to embed past successes, sharpen focus on priority areas of public sector reform, and to provide greater clarity regarding the relationship between the Civil Service's strategic plan and government's priorities. Mr. Speaker, a world-class result for the entire country was surely the removal of the Cayman Islands from the Financial Action Task Force Gray List. This remarkable achievement was aided by the Commission Secretariat's investigative team through the provision of evidence on behalf of the Anti-Corruption Commission, demonstrating the jurisdiction's investigations and successful prosecutions of various offenses. In 2023, the portfolio's policy team delivered policy proposals to enhance existing maternity and paternity leave benefits for civil servants. This work aimed to position the civil service as an employer of choice, offering family leave packages which are highly competitive and supportive of our workforce, 55% of whom are women. The project, which was completed in the first quarter of 2024, culminated in changes to our personnel regulations, increasing both maternity and paternity leave entitlements, which will ultimately afford civil servants' parents additional time and money to be at home, establishing strong bonds with their infants. It is hoped that our leadership in this area will serve as a catalyst for other workplaces, generating support for local families. Mr. Speaker, also in 2023, the portfolio embarked on the second year of its multi-phased project to implement the new HR management system, MyVista, for the civil service. A range of analytics were delivered for the HR profession, enabling them to better manage employee data and HR-related expenditure. Improvements were also achieved by transitioning employee medical eligibility management to the new system, which provided employees with the ability to view in real time their medical dependents. This change resulted in a reduction in the number of eligibility queries and better facilitated dependent management. Additionally, extensive work was undertaken to prepare for the launch of the payroll module, which is the single largest module in the MyVista system. Working collaboratively with finance leaders, heads of department, and HR leaders, opportunities were seized to improve business processes within the civil service in parallel with upgrading our CIG HR system capabilities. As part of that preparatory work, our finance colleagues adopted electronic payments for its CIG monthly payrolls, and HR leaders migrated almost all employees onto monthly payroll, rapidly moving CIG towards the elimination of some 26 biweekly pay activities per annum. For the 7th consecutive year, the portfolio of the civil service conducted the annual employee engagement survey, which has yielded responses from 3,756 civil servants, or 83% of our workforce. Notably, this was the highest number of participants since the survey was launched in 2017. And as per the 2023 results, the engagement index, which is a measure of the average level of engagement across all civil service entities, and provides us with the ability to benchmark against other jurisdictions, has held steady at 73%. Gains were realized in 7 survey categories, namely my work, organizational objectives and purpose, my team, leadership and managing change, resources and workload, inclusion and fair treatment, and learning and development, which each experienced increases between 1% to 3%. The statement, "I feel proud to be a civil servant," achieved a high score of 88% of our workforce, which is a percentage that makes civil service leaders quite proud. During 2023, the portfolio continued to make lives better by funding the participation of 3 persons in the Second Chances program, which is a program designed to provide ex-offenders who meet certain criteria access to employment opportunities within the civil service. 2 participants were paired with job opportunities in the Department of Planning, and 1 joined the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, another talent management program within the offerings of the civil service is the Emerging Talent Program, which provides opportunities for persons to gain practical experience as they are seeking to enter the workforce. Under this program, 3 Caymanians were recruited or seconded to gain experience in their respective fields, with 2 of them, as of the date of this report, having been confirmed in permanent positions. Mr. Speaker, throughout the year, the Civil Service College continued to assist with upskilling employees, and over 100 civil servants achieved internationally recognized City and Guilds ILM qualifications in leadership and management, ranging from levels 2 to level 7, which is a postgraduate equivalent qualification. Additionally, civil servants completed over 7,600 individual LinkedIn learning courses, reflecting over 8,000 hours of online learning. The learning and development initiatives undertaken by the Civil Service College continue to make a positive impact across the civil service, as confirmed by a 3% increase in the learning and development category within our employee engagement survey. This was the 3rd consecutive year in which learning and development score increased by 3%, demonstrating the effectiveness of our Civil Service College initiatives and programs. In April 2023, the Deputy Governor's 5K Challenge was held once again across all 3 islands, drawing high numbers of participants and raising money to assist very worthy causes. In 2023, approximately $82,000 was raised and shared among 3 charities, specifically the Cayman Islands Red Cross, Loud Silent Voices, and United Against Bullying Foundation. In the Office of the Deputy Governor, the team developed and issued a governance and management circular entitled CIG Guidance Third-Party Risk and facilitated in-person awareness sessions for civil servants. They also delivered the pilot implementation of the guidance on remuneration of members of public bodies in the Cayman Islands, which is intended to promote an equitable and reasonable system of remuneration, promote consistency of decision-making, and enhance transparency in public spending. Mr. Speaker, to continue to build competency in the areas of business case development, change management, the Strategic Reforms Implementation Unit, SRIU, facilitated another successful year of professional certification programs, with 62 civil servants earning a combined total of 103 professional certifications in the areas of business case development, project management, and change management. Senior leaders also completed master classes in project leadership, benefits realization, and risk management. Also during the year, the portfolio's shared services team worked closely to support Her Excellency the Governor and the newly established Police Service Commission by providing assistance with recruitment activities for the ranks of Chief Superintendent and Commissioner of Police at the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. Mr. Speaker, in the area of pay and rewards, the POCS facilitated the payment of a one-off $1,500 honorarium, which was paid to all civil servants in December 2023, and for which we are most grateful for the government's support. In addition, POCS implemented on behalf of the Deputy Governor a one-off performance-based reward of 1 additional leave day for high-performing civil servants who scored 3 or higher on their annual performance assessments. Additionally, targeted pay guidance was provided to 1 key job family within our civil service to help them stem issues of attraction and retention of talent. Mr. Speaker, a significant achievement of the Office of Education Standards during 2023 was the development of a bespoke early childhood inspection framework aptly titled First Steps to Success, Nurturing Environments and Thriving Children. The creation of this framework was accomplished through partnership with an international early years consultant and by securing cross-sectoral support from key local groups and government entities. To ensure success, a series of familiarization sessions were offered to school leaders and staff to ensure all stakeholders had a comprehensive understanding of the framework before its integration into the inspection process. We are very proud to report over 110 educators attended. The work of the OES, sir, continues to do us proud, as it is a way of ensuring, no matter the means of any families, that we have an equal yardstick for the way that we measure the performance of schools across the Cayman Islands, public and private sector, and their work continues to yield positive results. To strengthen the ongoing promotion and accessibility of the historical collections in 2023, the Cayman Islands National Archives expanded their oral history and outreach programs through the launch of video recordings of oral history interviews to supplement their audio recordings. Highlights included an exit interview with the previous governor, Martin Roper. The archives also developed and produced 49 social media posts showcasing the oral history and outreach programs and spotlighting various types of records forming the historical collections in concert with celebrating historically significant persons, organizations, anniversaries, and events. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen good governance, the Internal Audit Service established a new audit charter and refreshed its audit methodology and reporting template. Importantly, to aid professional development and advancement within that organization, the Internal Audit Service developed career frameworks for all roles within the unit. Our colleagues at the Passport and Corporate Services Office recorded major milestones in 2023, including the launch of the legislation and Governor's Special Marriage License electronic system, which went live in February 2023, eliminating manual workflows. Mr. Speaker, the Passport Office also introduced the online verification of apostilles in August, which facilitates the verification of apostilles around the world. This brings the Cayman Islands in line with other countries who are members of the Hague 1961 Apostilles Convention. Mr. Speaker, as the acting Deputy Governor and head of this diverse organization, I feel immensely proud of the men and women across the portfolio of the civil service who lend their skills day in and day out to make lives better for the people of the Cayman Islands. The portfolio's respective teams delivered some outstanding results in 2023, all of which enhanced the experience of customers, both internal and external. The work of the portfolio has introduced efficiencies, modernized our HR system, commenced the process of future-proofing the civil service, and enhanced our attractiveness as an employer. Mr. Speaker, 2023 proved that the civil service is more than capable of producing remarkable results. I have no doubt that our 5-year strategic plan played a significant role in positioning the civil service to grow from strength to strength, and I am confident that our refreshed strategy will take us further along our journey of being a world-class organization. And I sincerely look forward to celebrating every civil service win along the way as we make lives better for those we serve. I want to express my sincere thanks to the team, the diverse teams across our entire portfolio for their extreme hard work and dedication and the passion that they demonstrate in all that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled HSA Outpatient Pharmacy Services, November 2021, April 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Information and Communications Technology Authority 2015-2016 Accounts, April 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2022, Report 1, January 2022, February 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2023, Report 1, March 2023, February 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government General Report, 31 December 2021 and 31 December 2020, April 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Government's Shift to Online Services, June 2022, April 2024. The Government Minute. The Government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2022, Report 2, February 2022, April 2024. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House, in accordance with Section 77, subsection 7 of the Standing Orders, the following report. The Government Minute, the Cayman Islands response to the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled HSA Outpatient Pharmacy Services, November 2021. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report on the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Information and Communications Technology Authority 2015-2016 Accounts. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2022, Report 1, January 22 through February 2024. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2023, Report 1. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government, General Report, 31st December 2021 and 31st of December 2020. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Government Shift to Online Services, done in June 2022. The Government Minute, the government's response to the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General entitled Follow-up on Past PAC Recommendations 2022, Report 2.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor wish to speak to the many reports?
Ever so briefly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government minutes provide management responses to the recommendations made by the Public Accounts Committee. Chief officers provide updates on the reports relevant to their ministries, and the Office of the Deputy Governor coordinates these responses. It has admittedly taken some time to coordinate responses from the relevant agencies. However, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that we have brought the government minutes up to date with the exception of 2, which are still being finalized. I want to assure this Honorable House that providing timely responses remains our priority. To this end, bespoke resources have been allocated within the Office of the Deputy Governor to specifically coordinate these responses and prepare them for Cabinet's approval and submission to this Honorable House. It is important that members of this House and the general public are provided with written updates to the recommendations made by the Public Accounts Committee. These updates not only inform us of the progress and implementation of various initiatives, but also highlight areas where further attention and improvement are needed. By doing so, we can ensure that government actions are aligned with the best interests of the public and that any issues are addressed effectively. This practice is not merely a procedural requirement, it is a cornerstone of transparent governance and accountability. Transparency in our actions reinforces public trust in the civil service. I recognize that when the public sees the civil service is open and forthcoming with information, it builds a stronger, more engaged community. The civil service deeply values these opportunities to reflect on and improve our processes. We remain committed to successfully and timely implementation of the recommendations put forward by the Public Accounts Committee. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee, as their rigorous scrutiny and constructive feedback provided by these bodies are invaluable in helping us to uphold the highest standards of public administration. I would also like to thank chief officers and their dedicated teams for their efforts in providing responses and indeed for progressing the recommendations set out in those reports. Finally, many thanks to the team within the Office of the Deputy Governor for taking the lead to ensure these minutes have been delivered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor.
The Cayman Islands Law Reform Commission Annual Report Number 19, 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member, responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table of this House the annual report for the Law Reform Commission for the period 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak thereto?
No, Mr. Speaker. The report is self-explanatory. I commend it to honourable members and to the public, and just to thank the commissioners for their stellar work again during the relevant reporting period. I thank you, sir.
Very well.
Anti-Corruption Commission, Cayman Islands Annual Report, 1 July 2022 to 30 June 2023. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this House the annual report of the Anti-Corruption Commission that covers the period 1st July 2022 to 30th of June 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak there too?
Mr. Speaker, no, just to say again thanks to the commissioners, and in particular thanks to the outgoing chairman, Mr. Gus Pope, for his chairmanship during the relevant period, and thanks to the incoming chair, Mr. Charles Jennings, for agreeing to serve as chair of the commission. Thank you.
Very well.
Cayman Islands Government Portfolio of Legal Affairs Annual Report 2023. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this House the annual report for the portfolio of legal affairs for the reporting period ending December 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak there too?
No, Mr. Speaker, just to thank the staff of the department, the portfolio, for their professionalism and hard work during the period. Thank you.
Very well.
Cayman Islands Judiciary Annual Report 2023. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House the annual report of the judicial let's see how they describe it, sir. Anyway.
The Judiciary, I think.
The Judiciary. Yes, the Judiciary, sir. For the relevant reporting period, Mr. Speaker, and in the and in December 2023. Thank you, sir.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak there too?
Mr. Speaker, no, just to again commend them on the work of the Judiciary, ably led by the Honourable Chief Justice and her colleague. Thank you.
Very well.
2023 Annual Report, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Cayman Islands. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the annual report of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the period ending 2023 December.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak there too?
Mr. Speaker, no, again, just to commend the report to members and the public and thank them for the department and the leader for the staff there, sir, for their work during the reporting period. Thank you.
Very well.
Report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes in accordance with Section 25 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the financial year ending 31 December 2023. Supplementary appropriation January 2023 to December 2023, Bill 2024, Wednesday 24th July 2024. To be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, the Acting Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Premier and Acting Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table this Honourable House the report of the Standing Finance Committee
on the supplementary appropriation January 2023 to December 2023 Bill 2024, which is in respect of the government's financial year that ended on 31 December 2023.
So ordered. Honorable Acting Minister of Finance, you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, in accordance with Standing Order 64-7, the Standing Finance Committee agreed that I submit to this Honorable House the report of the committee on the supplementary appropriation January 2023 to December 2023 Bill 2024 with respect to the government's financial year ended 31 December 2023. In terms of meetings, Mr. Speaker, the committee met yesterday, the 24th of July 2024, during which meeting the requested appropriations on the schedule to the bill were considered. The committee also met earlier this morning to finalize and approve its report, which has just been tabled.
I should say so ordered.
Just to wrap up, the committee considered the schedule to the bill and approved the appropriation changes requested thereon. However, Mr. Speaker, the committee agreed to add one appropriation with a value of $160,280 to the schedule to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the main or significant items on the schedule to the bill can be summarized as follows: increase in healthcare costs for indigents, seafarers, and veterans, local and overseas scholarships and education services, land acquisitions, and major road works and upgrades to road surfaces. The significant appropriation changes included in the bill are, as I summarized when I presented the bill, so I don't think there's a need to repeat those for the record. Mr. Speaker, as the proceedings in Finance Committee were publicly aired and can still be viewed online, there isn't a need for me to present much greater detail other than to thank all the members for their due consideration, their hard work, and I state, Mr. Speaker, that the committee agreed that the report that has just been laid on the table of this Honorable House be the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill January 2023 to December 2023, Bill 2024, with respect to the financial year end of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Premier.
Electoral Boundary Commission Report 2023, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Acting Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce and Investment, Innovation and Social Development.
I recognize the Honourable Acting Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Electoral Boundary Commission Report 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Acting Premier wish to speak thereto?
At this point, Mr. Speaker, very briefly, to thank the Commission for their hard work, their challenging work, as outlined in the Constitution. I'll speak in greater detail in respect of the government motion related to the report that you foreshadowed in your opening comments of the proceedings today, and I'll have more extensive discussion at that point.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Premier.
Questions to Honourable Ministers and members of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to ask question number 25. I'm sorry, we're way past 11 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will need a motion to suspend Standing Order 23.7 and 8 in order that questions may be put to ministers after the hour of 11 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend Standing Orders 23.7 and 23.8 so questions can be put after the hour of 11 a.m.
Thank you. The question is?
Oh.
The question is that Standing Order 23.7 and 8 be suspended in order that questions may be asked of ministers after the hour of 11 o'clock. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 23.7 and 8 are accordingly suspended.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown East, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Question number 25.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 25, which reads, can the Honourable Minister update the House on the progress with the design and implementation of a new public transportation system for Grand Cayman?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Planning and Infrastructure.
Short and title, sir.
Yeah, relevant ones.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure has developed a comprehensive plan presented to the form of a green paper which outlined both short-term and long-term measures. These measures were recently reviewed and approved by Cabinet. They include the following: short-term measures of improving the public bus information, enhancing the reliability of the existing public bus system, upgrading the service in the eastern districts, which is starting with a pilot program, rolling out the adopting of the taxi booking app. Long-term measures are introducing a new public bus network servicing through the 3 key arterial routes, purchasing of new buses to support the new network, the developing of the necessary infrastructure for the new network, including the bus depots, terminals, and shelters, implementing of bus priority measures, transitioning into the integrated of a digital ticketing model, exploring changes into the sectors of operating model. The ministry is now actively working on systematically implementing these measures to provide immediate relief to the public and pave the way for our new public transportation system.
Supplementaries?
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the sorry, we spent so much time in committee yesterday. I was still in Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Leader.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Minister could just clarify for me the integrated and digital ticketing model. Are they going to a card system of some sort? Is that you're speaking about for paying the fare, not digital ticketing for the enforcement?
The Minister to answer.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Honourable Minister, you'll need to respond through the mic because the rest of us can't hear.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct. We are looking into creating a system for the paying for transportation, because we want to look at transportation a little bit different, but making sure that we can actually try to extend transportation more into the nighttime, late at night hours, early morning hours. And I know, talking to some of the taxi operators, one of their concerns are of carrying cash on them so late at night and early mornings, from what we want to be able to make the transition into where we need to be able to get buses on an on-time system, but also be able to get them to the eastern side island and be able to get people up there at the very time in the mornings that they would need to be to get to work on that side.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further supplementaries? Madam Clerk.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown East, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Question number 26.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 26, standing in my name to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Can the Honourable Minister update the House on the progress with the project to secure a third undersea cable serving the Cayman Islands?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following through the procurement process, the Ministry has contracted Cambridge Management Consulting in November 23 to help with the submarine cable modernization project. The advisory firm reviewed the previous analysis and assessed the potential industry and partners and stakeholders. Preliminary recommendations and a cost project plan was presented to caucus in March of 2024. Caucus then instructed for further engagement with potential industry partners and evaluations of alternative partnerships and delivery models. An interested party has submitted an offer to connect the Cayman Islands to a multi-nation system, and a cabinet paper is being prepared for consideration.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Supplementaries? The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, thank the Minister for the response. There was a lot said here, but not said. I don't know if the Minister can confirm, first off then, can the Minister confirm if the Cabinet rejected or accepted the advisory report from the Cambridge Management Consulting from Cambridge? Did they accept the report from Cambridge?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will read it again. Caucus in March of 2024, caucus then instructed further engagement with potential industry partners to evaluate the evaluation of an alternative partnership and delivery of models. An interested party has submitted an offer to connect the Cayman Islands to a multinational system, and the cabinet paper is being prepared for consideration.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for that answer. Am I then to accept that the recommendation from Cambridge was that caucus should engage with potential industry partners and evaluate an alternative partnership and delivery model versus the government doing it themselves?
The Honourable Minister to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I think I answered that just now, twice.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
You want me to read it for a third time?
No, Minister. You're not playing games. I didn't understand that to be answering the question supplementary which the Deputy Leader just asked. That simply says that it's gone to caucus and a cabinet paper will be prepared. But that's not an answer to that question. It's yes or no, really.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered the question and what I thought, what he's asked for. And as I said, I will not, there's a paper going into cabinet. I will not just say what, I don't know what will happen when the paper gets there. So I'm waiting for the last decision with cabinet before I put out any more information on this.
Very well. Madam Clerk.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown East, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Question number 27.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 27, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Can the Honourable Minister say what progress has been made to advance the housing initiatives referenced in the private members' motions on incentivizing the private sector to build affordable homes and on reintroducing the Government Guaranteed Home Assistance Mortgage Programme, or GGHAM, which was passed by Parliament in September 2023?
The Honourable Minister of Housing to answer.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable House is aware, the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Transport and Development is developing the Cayman Islands' first ever public affordable housing policy and a 10-year strategic plan. The initiative under this policy and plan aim to tackle issues such as how to incentivize the private sector to build affordable homes. This policy and plan are expected to be completed before the end of this year. I am pleased to inform the Honourable House that Cabinet has approved a new modernization government mortgage guarantee program, and this program features the update criteria that are in line with the current housing market, as it is extremely difficult and I dare say impossible for Caymanians to purchase a home at below our $200,000 mark, which was the maximum purchase price of property under the GGHAM program. Discussions with the financial institutions are underway, and the Ministry aims to launch this program by the end of this year.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Supplementaries. Madam Clerk.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown East, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Question number 28.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 28, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Can the Honourable Minister advise what, if any, traffic calming measures are planned for the spot section of Shamrock Road, given the number of traffic accidents and fatalities that have taken place there this year?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the spot section of Shamrock Road is of particular concern due to its high number of traffic collisions and road fatalities. This has been a long-standing concern. Towards the end of last year, I met with the community to discuss their concerns and suggestions for improving the road safety. After careful consideration, the National Road Safety Committee, several traffic calming measures were implemented late last year and early this year. The measures include improving the lighting on the land side of the road, installation of cat eyes to provide a clearer distinction between lanes and deter overtaking, clearing the roadside section to facilitate speed traps, thereby increasing police presence and visibility in an enforcement activity. Additionally, through the National Road Safety Committee, further measures are currently being implemented, and these include continuing enforcement by the police, automated speed check signage, lane separation in certain areas using the delineators. It should be noted that some of the measures require the NRA to purchase equipment which is now being installed, and the NRA and the police will work closely to monitor the effectiveness of these measures.
Before I ask for supplementaries, if there are supplementaries, it's been brought to my attention that we need to suspend Standing Order 23-6 in order that the Leader of the Opposition can ask more than 3 questions in the course of one day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that for a suspension, even though it's a little after the fact, we'll do it for good order, move for a suspension of Standing Order 23-6 so that a member being the Leader of the Opposition can ask more than 3 questions requiring an oral answer.
The question is that Standing Order 23-6 be suspended in order that the Leader of the Opposition may ask more than 3 questions of ministers in the course of one sitting. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Don't seem so enthusiastic. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 23-6 is accordingly suspended. Are there any supplementaries? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder, I'll say to the Minister, I'm aware of the meetings that took place last year with the communities and the recommendations that they made. Can you say whether any consideration has been given to reducing the speed limits along that road because I'm aware that that is one change that the community in that area was asking for.
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I know that was, when we were at the meeting that we had with the community, that was one of the recommendations that they have asked about reducing the speed on Shamrock Drive. And I must say that the committee was actually looking at that, but I have not got an affirmative from the committee. They are decided whether we're going to be reducing that at this period of time right now. But I know at some part in the year, they were looking at reducing that. I think one of the things was that they wanted to get the section of the east-west arterial road up a little bit further so that we could actually divert some more of the traffic onto the main highway and get the road connector down to Agricola Drive, where so much traffic, where a lot of the traffic could actually get around the Newlands and Savannah area. And then we were going to look at reducing that. And I must say that a lot of the road works for the east-west arterial road has already been started, and we're basically right at that roundabout now to actually turn to go to Agricola Drive next.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any further supplementaries? Madam Clerk.
The elected member for Newlands to ask the Honourable Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, question number 29.
The Honourable Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question standing my name on the order paper, which is, can the Honourable Minister update the House on the Regen project? In particular, A, whether any decision has been made, B, what are the current project dates, and C, what is the current long stop date? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the member's question, following a recent meeting of the Cabinet, it was collectively decided that the Cayman Islands government will begin taking the necessary steps to exit the project agreement with the DART-led consortium in respect to the ISWIMS project in an effort to find a more affordable option for our country. As such, no new project dates, including a new long stop date, has been set. Achieving a modern, sustainable, and affordable solid waste management solution for the Cayman Islands remains a key priority for the government. I'll be speaking to this more comprehensively in my statement to follow.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any supplementaries? The Honourable Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we will await the terms of this statement from the Minister. Thank you, sir.
Yes, just to let members of the House know, I've spoken to the Honourable Minister because, as I indicated, timing was an important factor in deciding on which statements to allow today. She is going to make, immediately following this, a comprehensive statement, and we've discussed questions arising thereafter. So she will take the questions after that. I think that's a more productive use of our time than searching in the dark.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you again.
Statements by Honourable Ministers and Members of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency to make a statement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for this opportunity to make this statement with regards to the ISWIMS, or more specifically, the Integrated Solid Waste Management System, known to us parliamentarians as ISWIMS, often referred to in the media as Regen, and for those persons who are listening who may not be aware of either references, I am referring to the project at the Georgetown landfill. The purpose of my statement today is to provide the long-anticipated update on the Georgetown landfill project. Mr. Speaker, when I became the Minister in November 2023, the project agreement had only a matter of days remaining before the long-stop deadline of 30th November 2023. However, at that time, certain outstanding condition precedents from both the government and the DART consortium were not achievable by the 30th of November. Not being able to meet this deadline meant that a new long-stop date would need to be agreed upon between both parties, as well as the new date for financial close for the project. After reviewing the project agreement, it was decided that before extending the long-stop date and agreeing a new date of financial close, all of the elements of the project agreement would need to be considered. This decision was made to ensure that once a new financial close date was set, it would indeed be met. Mr. Speaker, some examples of the condition precedents that remain to be agreed between the parties included the following: risk and insurance, that is, liability and indemnity issues, and local company control issues. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the full business case for the project costs for the project sets out that the power purchase agreement is to be signed on or prior to the effective date of the project agreement. As such, this originally was one of the condition precedents of the project agreement. Mr. Speaker, upon reviewing the project agreement, it was determined that this particular condition had been removed. Members were advised that the reason why the condition was removed was due to the fact that the negotiations relating to the power purchase agreement were becoming protracted, and it was removed to avoid any further delay of closing with the project agreement. This matter was considered by the members, and there was also a growing concern on the negotiations relating to the cost per kilowatt hour. Cabinet was reliably informed that the government had previously indicated to CUC that it was mindful to accept the proposed energy rate or power purchase price, but with some caveats. As such, the mechanics around these caveats were still being discussed. which meant that a final price had not yet been agreed. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, a fact to consider was that if we closed on the project agreement, we did not have a customer secured, the only customer on the island. And by closing on the project agreement before agreeing on a price for the power purchase agreement, it could greatly limit the likelihood of securing a competitive price. Mr. Speaker, essentially what I mean is that the government would enter into a contract to sell energy, and the only client to buy the energy, i.e. CUC, had not yet signed the agreement. So we'd be entering into the agreement to build a waste-to-energy facility with no confirmed power purchase agreement. Mr. Speaker, from the completion of the outlined business case in the procurement, it was always assumed that the power purchase price would be near to 15 cents per kilowatt hour. However, even at the time of the approval of the full business case in July 2023, that energy purchase price had not been secured by the government, and the power purchase agreement, which should have been completed and signed long before the project agreement was signed, had still not been finalized. In April 2024, caucus conducted a holistic review of the ISWIMS project. To date, from beginning to date, including, but not limited to, discussions on topics such as value for money, landfilling options going forward, fiscal sustainability or affordability, insurance thresholds, and risk share profile. Caucus members were also appraised of the options examined in the technical review during the outline business case stage that were actually used to determine the best strategy and solution for the long-term solid waste management challenges in the Cayman Islands at the time when this project was being considered. The options back then were option A, do nothing, which was not a practical option at the initial assessment of the outlined business case for several reasons, but still had to be considered in the assessment for completeness. Option B, modern landfill delivery of a modernized lined landfill in-house by the government. Option C, the delivery of the integrated solid waste management system by a public-private partnership for the construction of new waste-to-energy treatment facilities. And option D, delivery of an integrated solid waste management project in-house with the government as the general contractor and thus managing various subcontractors for the construction of similar or of the same new waste-to-energy facilities. Following a recent meeting of the Cabinet, it was decided that Cayman Islands government should begin taking the necessary steps to exit the project agreement with the DART-led consortium in respect to the ISWIMS project. The legal implications of the right to terminate were considered, and Cabinet was advised that in the event that the government decided to exercise its right to terminate the project agreement, the parties will have no liability to each other except for any contractual liabilities accrued prior to termination of the project agreement.
Madam Minister, I truly hate to interrupt you, but members are increasingly agitated. They don't have a copy of the statement. It is very extensive, and
It is extensive, Mr. Speaker, I agree.
So if we could pause until we can solve this.
They were provided, I just want to let you know.
I'm not doubting you, but here they come. Madam Minister, you may resume.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I ended on stating that the termination, however, does not affect government's rights, obligations, and liabilities under the land transfer agreement and also the early works agreements, which are separate agreements from the project agreement.
Can you indicate what page, Madam Minister?
My numbering is a little different because I have mine in bigger. I think it's page 3.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, put simply, this was decided because we need to find a more affordable option for our country. The ISWIMS project is a long-term project which has significant impact on the government's forecast and fiscal compliance over the lifestyle of the project. The long-term financial forecast sets out non-compliance with the principles of responsible management, which will severely restrict the government's ability to make independent budgetary decisions, as it will be required to seek the approval of the United Kingdom government for budget approval during the period of non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, this isn't included in what members see, but I just want to state that I wanted to make it clear, and I jotted this note, that the only way to remedy the situation with non-compliance in the areas where, or in those forecasted areas where we don't comply, would be for the government to increase revenue streams. And with the high cost of living, this was not something that the government was prepared to do, or limit capital projects. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the members of this Honourable House and also the listening public that this decision by Cabinet was not taken lightly. Achieving a modern, sustainable and affordable solid waste management solution for the Cayman Islands remains a key priority for the government. We need to move away from landfilling as our main method of dealing with solid waste is essential to continued sustainable development of our country. The well-being of our people, the health of our environment, and the continued growth of our communities and industries all rely on our islands having access to modern, safe, and sustainable waste management systems. So it is clear that we need a solution. But what has also become increasingly clear over the course of months and months of negotiations and analysis of dozens of outstanding condition precedents from when the project agreement was signed back in March of 2021 is that we need a solution that is affordable for our country both now and in the future. It was also clear to the members of caucus and cabinet that the ISWIMS project agreement that was signed in 2021 is not it, hence the reason and the recent decision by the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the current administration could not in good conscience continue forward with a deal that would effectively saddle current and future generations with a project that would put undue financial strain and unacceptable levels of risk upon these islands. We need a solid waste management solution that is financially, environmentally, and socially sustainable. I would like to now share some important background information that will help explain why Cabinet came to this collective decision. I will conclude with updates as to why the government's next steps, what they will be in relation to the project, and what the public can expect to happen once the government and the DART-led consortium have exited the project agreement. Mr. Speaker, before I go further, I want to make it clear that Cabinet's recent decision was for the project team to take the necessary steps to exit the agreement in a way that would be agreeable to both sides. As members will recall, in late March of 2021, just a few weeks before the general election, the Cayman Islands government signed a project agreement to enter into a contract with DART Consortium to design, build, finance, maintain, and operate a new integrated solid waste management system for a 25-year period. Alongside this, but in a separate and legally binding agreement, the government approved the DART Consortium to undertake closure and remediation works to the Georgetown landfill. In October 2021, the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency was given the responsibility of managing the project to close. When this new project team took over the role of managing the project, it was discovered that there was dozens of condition precedents outstanding to be negotiated or agreed. Between October 2021 and when I took the role of minister, that means that it has been approximately 2 years of rigorous negotiations with the DART Consortium and government. It has been presented to some that the project agreement signed in March of 2021 amounted to a fully negotiated contract that simply needed to be taken forward and executed by the 30th of September. That is not so, Mr. Speaker. Given the dozens of outstanding matters discovered from October of 2021, it is no wonder that these negotiations have taken so long to finalize. Although steady progress continued to be made, the financial close deadline and long stop date for the project agreement negotiations were moved several times in an effort by the government and DART to wrap up negotiations and move the project forward. Despite months and months of project meetings and several presentations, it became clear that the cost of the project and the risk profile that the government was being asked to accept was untenable. The ISWIMS project was posed to be the most significant capital project that our country has ever undertaken, and the level of negotiations taking place reflected that fact. All parties were working diligently to try to reach a consensus on the outstanding condition precedents and to navigate the challenges of the rising cost and supply chain interruptions. At the end of the day, this decision that was taken by Cabinet was based on facts and figures, and in the firm conviction that a more affordable solution is needed for our country. I'm sure that there are many in our community who will be concerned about the amount of money and time and resources that has been spent on the project thus far, and what will happen next to ensure that this investment does not go to waste. Mr. Speaker, a number of important steps have been taken over the past 7 years since the consortium was announced in 2017 as the preferred bidder for the project. Following the early works agreement signed in October of 2020, the main mound at the Georgetown landfill was closed and had undergone important remediation works between October 2020 and March 2024. The government has spent approximately $23 million on remediation works at the Georgetown landfill. Of this, approximately $14 million has been spent under the Ministry of Sustainability from January 2022 to date. It is important to note that this agreement to facilitate the Georgetown landfill closure and remediation work is separate and will continue regardless of the status of the ISWIMS project. The project has also resulted in a successful program to process end-of-life vehicles for recycling overseas. To date, the DART Consortium has processed over 35,000 short tons or 32 million kilograms of scrap metal for overseas shipping and recycling. Impactful changes were also made to landfilling operations to ensure accurate measurement of waste volumes and effective waste cover to prevent odors and fires. Most importantly, the government has learned a lot over the course of the project negotiations. insights which we believe will position us well to quickly tender a request for proposals for a new waste management solution. As it relates to the money spent, we all know that there have been significant improvements to the dump, and a lot of mitigation measures, as I mentioned earlier, have been put in place to reduce the likelihood of fire and environmental damages. The remediation has also beautified the area, therefore this can be seen as a capital investment. Mr. Speaker, although there are still a number of discussions to be had and decisions to be taken by Cabinet, the government is reviewing and updating the National Solid Waste Management Policy and the Strategic Outline Case for ISWIMS, and will be preparing to tender a new request for proposals in due course. Knowing what we know now, we are confident in our ability to tender a new waste management solution that will be affordable for our country now and into the future. Some in our community will be asking, do we really have time to go out and tender again for a new waste management solution? The answer to that question is yes. Based on the forecast rate of waste input per month, the Department of Environmental Health, under the Ministry of Health, is confident in their ability to maximize the existing space at the Georgetown landfill until a new solution is determined. Barring a major debris-causing event such as a hurricane, the Department of Environmental Health expects to have another 5 to 6 years of landfilling space before reaching the 70-foot contour on the northwest mound of the landfill, when Phase 2 of the remediation at the Georgetown landfill can then begin. And Mr. Speaker, beyond all of those logistical concerns of space at the landfill, the reality is we urgently need a modern, sustainable, and affordable solid waste management solution. Even as we make small but steady steps towards limiting the importation of single-use plastics into our islands, our recycling capabilities remain limited and our landfilling continues to grow with an increasing population and visitor numbers. Our goal now is to take all of the insights we have gleaned through the procurement process and apply those lessons learned to tender a revised project that will be achievable, affordable, and meet the needs of all of our islands, now and in the years to come. Once both parties have exited the project agreement, the government intends to issue a revised National Solid Waste Management Strategy and Strategic Outline Case, followed by procurement for an updated solid waste management solution for the country. This is necessary to ensure the government is adhering to the fundamental principles of public procurement, such as transparency, fairness, competition, and value for money. The intent is to utilize, as far as possible, previously created documents and resources in order to ensure we are being as economical as possible in terms of the time and costs to create a new outline business case for an updated version of this project that better meets the needs of our islands. While the decision as to which ministry will take the process forward is at the discretion of Cabinet, the Ministry of Sustainability is well prepared to continue our role as the lead agency for the project procurement going forward. This would ensure continuity of the government's project team, who have the benefit of the years' experience of negotiating a project of this magnitude and unique challenges. This will enable the government to administer the procurement process in the most cost-effective and efficient manner. Mr. Speaker, the ISWIMS project was never going to be an all-encompassing solution to our waste management challenges. In addition to government's responsibility to advance a sustainable, holistic, solid waste management solution, government has the opportunity to support individuals and organizations who are trying to pursue sustainable business practices and develop new products and programs that benefit our people, economy, and environment. Mr. Speaker, our natural environment is essential to keeping our communities healthy and safe, and the Department of Environment and the Department of Environmental Health play distinct but complementary roles in safeguarding the health and well-being of our people by ensuring the protection of our ecosystems, the quality of the air we breathe, and the food we eat. The preservation of unique species which are found nowhere else in the world, and enabling the sustainable treatment of solid waste. If there is one thing the environmental impact assessment process for the ISWIMS project has demonstrated, it is that we have a lot of work to do in terms of developing the legislative framework necessary to effectively support the delivery and ongoing operations of such a project. The work ahead of us includes the development of local air quality standards and related legislation to govern air quality emissions, the development of effective governmental permitting arrangements to ensure we are prepared to handle the long-term environmental oversight of such projects, and the development of waste management strategies and techniques for the sister islands, which adequately service the people of those communities and are in line with the waste management standards and practices that are proposed for Grand Cayman and that are international best practices. For each of these important projects, the obvious synergies between the Departments of Environment and Environmental Health are clear. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate 3 key messages from my remarks today. First, Cabinet has taken a decision that the Cayman Islands government and the DART-led consortium will begin taking the necessary steps to exit the project agreement for the ISWIMS or Regen project. Second, the government is prepared to employ all of the lessons learned over the years of this procurement in order to procure a new solid waste management solution as quickly and cost-effectively as possible. And third, achieving a modern and sustainable and affordable solid waste management solution for the Cayman Islands remains a key priority for our government. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the project team, those representing the government and those representing the DART consortium, for their dedication to this project over the years, for their continued patience and cooperation as we exit the project agreement, and for their support going forward. We have a lot of work ahead of us, important, necessary work to ensure we are able to manage our solid waste effectively and sustainably in the long term. Mr. Speaker, sustainability is to focus on the well-being of our people by promoting practices that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability to meet the needs of future generations. Our choices have a profound impact on the well-being of future generations as elected officials, and it is our duty and responsibility to make decisions based on that, on the future generations, because they are the ones who we are here to protect. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, the government has taken this position, and I thank you for allowing me to make this statement.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 32, I will permit short questions to the Minister for the purposes of seeking clarification of anything that was not clear to members. The member from Newlands, for Newlands.
Thank you both, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the practice that they are to be short questions, and this is a complex issue, complex amount of information provided here, I will try to be very short, notwithstanding Mr. Speaker, this, as the statement noted, is Mr. Speaker, as a statement, and as the Minister has indicated in the statement, this is, or was, at this case now, a project which was the largest contemplated in the Cayman Islands. It was a critically important project as well, and there were certainly many issues and complexities, including the land transfer agreement being signed and separated from the project agreement, the complexities around the outstanding conditions precedent. But Mr. Speaker, and yes, there obviously, as has been indicated, were significant cost elements. But that, Mr. Speaker, comes down to a matter of priorities. And I guess my question, sir, it will be very short now. My question, sir, is simply this. Given the issue, given what we have learned, what has led the government to conclude that doing a different procurement for the same or greater outcomes will be cheaper, will cost less?
The Minister to answer.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say to the member, is that as I set out in my statement, the Cabinet and the government came to this decision based on all of the different factors, the risk, the financial constraints that the government was going to find themselves in later down the long-term forecast. And as a result of that, it did not appear to be the most prudent and responsible decision to continue with the project at this stage. To your question, how do we know that something else will not be more expensive? That is, if you put it back out for tender and you're back in the same position, well, then you'll know. But we're talking about a magnitude of, I'm not. So I was just double checking to make sure that I could or could not share numbers, which I can't, but I know that it is a very significant cost, and putting it back out to procurement, given all of the concerns that have been raised, what I've said in my statement has given the government the decision to end the project at this stage.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Stand up, member. The member for Bontown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the government for making such a bold decision. I fully support it. And while the minister may not put out a number, the last number I saw was over $2 billion over 25 years.
You have a question?
But my question, yes, Mr. Speaker, I got my question.
Okay.
Now that the government has made this decision, would the government be willing now to release the report of the Auditor General that basically said that this project was not value for money? That's my question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minister to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to touch on the value for money bit in relation to that said report. However, that is not a publicly available document, and as far as I know, it is not the Cabinet that determines if that report is released or not. However, value for money was also considered when we looked at the project, if I failed to elaborate on that during my presentation.
Thank you, Minister. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister. I am seeking some clarification as well. There's a lot of questions here, but the first one that struck me was the emphasis put on, would seem as if the emphasis put on the failure to get CUC to sign a PPA, which rightfully here it says was the only customer. There was a lot of emphasis put on that as far as making a decision.
You have a question?
Yeah, my question is, in the next round, if you couldn't get them to sign a PPA now, how will you get them to sign it the next round?
The Minister to answer.
Mr. Speaker, for clarity, and I don't understand how the member got from my presentation that I was making a focus only on the PPA. Well, you said it seemed like I was leaning on that. It was one of the factors that was considered. Your question is a valid question, because if we're going to be building a waste-to-energy facility to sell energy to our energy provider, and your question is valid, what happens if we can't secure a customer? Well, then that would mean that a waste-to-energy facility would not be the way to go, unless you have somebody else who would be able to buy the energy. Those are the reasons why I set that out. That's not to mean that we would not have agreed on a power purchase agreement. I'm not saying that we weren't going to agree, but the fact that we were now being asked to extend the dates, the long stop date and the financial close, and we hadn't agreed on the power purchase agreement, was also one of the factors that was considered.
Thank you, Minister, for this. Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you just give me, I wasn't being facetious or anything. It was just that in page 2 of 7, half of it talks about the inability to secure a customer, thus insinuating that it makes a contract that much more expensive or financially not sustainable financially. That's the only reason. So I wasn't trying to be mischievous in that sense. Mr. Speaker, I do have another question.
I would say, please quickly turn it into a question. You all are trying me.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister, I am sorry, but I have heard from the time we were there 4 years ago that the current tipping site had a 2 to 5 year lifespan. I don't buy that. I look at it every day. And 26,000 tons of stink is being poured into the air there every day. And we want to go taller with it. And Mr. Speaker, my two questions from that is, A, are the government making any other preparations for a secondary site? And secondly, I would ask the minister if she would be willing to perhaps use some of if there are any funds left, to ensure that there's proper material to layer the landfill more regularly than it is now, not only to assist in compacting and extending the life of it, but to keep some of the smell. The entire West Bay Road, it's not just Swamp, it's not just Georgetown Courts, it's not just Marble Drive, it's not just Kinta, it is all the way down to Pizza Hut in that area. You can smell the landfill. Just depends on which way the gas is going, the wind is blowing. If the wind switches around, you go to Kirk Supermarket to shop, you got to run inside. You have to hold your breath and run inside. So I'm asking for consideration on those two things, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just for clarity, so the member just, sorry. I just want you to confirm your question. So your question was relating to the land space or the capacity of the landfill, and the other one was the method in which landfilling would continue?
The second bit related to whether you had or could obtain sufficient funding to increase the regularity of the covering of the landfill to reduce the smell issue.
I just ask you to bear with me for one moment. I just want to relay.
That's
my
fine, ma'am.
team.
Madam Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member and also the member for Newlands for their questions. In relation to the two concerns or questions that the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition has asked, this is where I was talking earlier about there being synergies with both of the ministries, and in relation to the capacity, based on the information that we have received, the project team is confident that we have approximately 5 to 6 years with the current area that we are landfilling to take it up to the 70-foot mound. But as the member just said, when you were here, you were told 2 to 3 years. And I think if you go back and look at the Hansards, it's something that they were saying from many years ago, that there is only 5 to 6, 7 to 8 years at the landfill. So whilst we want to address the matter very quickly and put it out for procurement and get the issue resolved, I am confident that we do have the capacity there at the landfill. In relation to the second question about the way in which we continue the landfilling, I again can't speak for the way in which the process is handled through DEH. But as everybody can see, the way in which landfilling has been going recently, they have been doing things in line with, the practices have changed, and I would only imagine it to continue in that fashion.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll permit one or maybe two further questions, given the gravity of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard statements made with regard to the affordability of the project.
Honourable Leader, just quickly turn into a question.
Yes, I will, sir.
Okay.
And but what we have never heard is what was the cost going to be. The project is dead. We accept that. But we have been trying for well over a year to get a figure from government. How could it go from $670 million to $2 billion in just a couple of years? It seems impossible. For crying out loud, tell us what the number was. Why was it going to be so expensive? The country deserves to know what the final number was going to be in terms of the cost of the project. That's what the question I'd like to ask.
Honourable Minister to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member sounds like he has a good idea of what's going on in terms of the costs, but I'm mindful of answering this question at this stage. I know we do intend to put this matter back out for procurement, so I would intend to offer a response. I'm sure as this continues, the members of the public will know more as information becomes available.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any further? Madam Clerk. I have approved for delivery another statement by the Minister of Health and Wellness relating to the Section 11.5, that is the supplementary funding.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honourable Parliament details of the appropriation changes approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Health and Wellness in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision during the 2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry had 9 such changes during 2023 year, and they're as follows. July 2023 supplementary funding of $13.4 million to cover additional expenditures in 2023 NGS 55, tertiary care for various local and overseas institutions in the amount of $9 million. And HEA2, medical care for indigents in the amount of $4.4 million. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020, on July 5, 2023, Cabinet granted approval for supplementary funding for appropriation HEA2, medical care for indigents, to ensure that adequate funding was made available for this appropriation during fiscal year 2023 in order to secure the continued coverage of approved persons under this appropriation. Mr. Speaker, also on July 5th, 2023, in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020, Cabinet granted approval for supplementary funding for appropriations NGS 55, tertiary care at various local overseas institutions in the amount of $9 million for the fiscal year 2023 to ensure that, again, adequate funding was available for continued coverage of approved persons under this appropriation. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that adequate funding for both appropriations was needed to prevent any disruption to the provision of these vital primary and secondary healthcare services to the people of the Cayman Islands and on behalf of the Cayman Islands government. In both instances, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness had to ensure that financial obligations to the local and overseas healthcare providers were met in a timely manner. The aim was to avoid any negative effects that could occur with relationship providers with patients referred by the Cayman Islands government, thus resulting in them being denied access to critical care. This would have the potential to affect not just indigents, but the entire civil service body and public service. September 2023. Reallocation of $1.7 million from HES1 OPEX to appropriation EI 53 for the completion of the Ponciana Rehabilitation Center. Mr. Speaker, on September 18, 2023, in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision, Cabinet granted approval of supplementary funding of $1.7 million to ensure that adequate capital funding was available for the completion of the Ponciana Rehabilitation Center in fiscal year 2023. Mr. Speaker, this expenditure was extremely important as Ponciana will provide the only dedicated long-term residential mental health facility in the Cayman Islands for locals in the need of long-term care, in addition to the following key benefits. Mental health care will be commensurate with the population's need. The healthcare system will endeavor to provide mental health care in the Cayman Islands where feasible, clinically and financially, as opposed to overseas. Mental health care will align with leading practice and supporting evidence. Mental health care will be delivered in a manner that is in keeping with the Caymanian culture. Therapeutic residential care will be part of the continuum of mental health care in the Cayman Islands. Practical and appropriate existing resources will be utilized to support residential mental health care rather than duplicating services or resources. Residential health care will be planned for today's needs and will provide flexibility to incorporate a population health approach, and mental health care services will be delivered in accordance with the National Health Policy. December 2023, allocation of CI 100,000 from appropriation TP 73. Other health and cultural related programs to HES 7, collection, recycling, and disposal of waste. Mr. Speaker, on December 5th, 2023, in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision, Cabinet approved supplementary funds for the Department of Environmental Health, DEH, for a bulk waste cleanup exercise in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, this approval was to facilitate exceptional circumstances. Given the representations made not just by the Department, but to members of Parliament by concerned constituents who had started to have a stockpile of items, the DEH was asked to conduct a second round of bulk waste collections to commence on Monday, December 4th, 2023. The Director indicated that despite short notice, the solid waste collection team would be mobilized as requested, albeit with a contracted 2-week schedule. This undertaking relied on support from the usual 8 officers. A tentative collection schedule was prepared, which allowed crews to sweep communities for 2 days in each district. Mr. Speaker, the program spend was approximately CI 150,000, which was primarily used to cover overtime payments under Output ENV 5 Appropriations HES 7. The shorter program was expected to cost CI 100,000. The Ministry of Health and Wellness was able to identify savings within the budget line item TP73, which was transferred to HES 7, collection, recycling, and disposal of waste. April 2024, supplementary funding of CI $7,938,162 for appropriations to NGS 55, tertiary care at various local and overseas institutions. HEA 16, geriatric services. HEA 17, medical care beyond insurance coverage, uninsured. HEA 19, medical care for chronic ailments, and HEA 20, public health programs, investigations, and treatments by reallocating funds pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, on April 23, 2024, and in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision, Cabinet granted approval of supplementary funding of $7,938,162 to cover additional expenditures incurred in 2023 for a number of appropriations to ensure the continued coverage of the persons covered under them. The appropriations are as follows: NGS 55, tertiary care at various local overseas institutions; HEA 16, Geriatric Services, HEA 17, Medical Care Beyond Insurance Coverage or Uninsured, and HEA 19, Medical Care for Chronic Ailments, and HEA 20, Public Health Programs, Investigations, and Treatments. Mr. Speaker, I will now provide more information regarding each appropriation. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $3,041,145 for appropriations NGS 55, tertiary care at various local and overseas institutions by reallocating funds pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. It was necessary for Cabinet to approve these supplementary funds for NGS 55 to ensure, again, adequate funding was available and to preserve the relationship and reputation of the Cayman Islands government among the network of local and overseas healthcare providers, whilst ensuring that the group of persons serviced by NGS 55 funding had access to the appropriate medical institutions and services as medically required. Mr. Speaker, these costs are normally initially undertaken by Cineco and then reimbursed by the Ministry through the NGS 55 appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the Parliament that there have been several requests for supplementary funding in previous years for NGS 55. The budget for this program continues to be inadequate for the growing needs of our people of the Cayman Islands due to the increasing number of indigents, seafarers and veterans and dependents, and the escalating cost of tertiary health care. The monthly average of covered indigent numbers has been increasing, with these numbers currently totaling 2,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $2,501,253 for appropriations to HEA 16 Geriatric Services, supplementary funding of $1,018,311 for appropriations HEA 17, Medical Care Beyond Insurance Coverage or Uninsured, supplementary funding of $435,764 for appropriation HEA 19, Medical Care for Chronic Ailments, and supplementary funding of $941,689 for appropriations HEA 20, Public Health Programs, Investigations, and Treatments, by reallocating funds pursuant to 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, the Act or PMFA. Mr. Speaker, under HEA 16, comprehensive health care is provided to residents over 59 years of age who are uninsured, underinsured, or who have exhausted their coverage. Under HEA 17, access to specialist and emergency health care is provided to children, pregnant women, and Caymanians who are or underinsured. This medical access includes general practice, specialist clinic, emergency medical care, diagnostic and therapeutic services, as well as inpatient care for children of 18 years or less, antenatal visits, postnatal visits, and family planning services for or underinsured pregnant women and Caymanians. HEA 19 provides access to health care for Cayman residents with chronic non-communicable diseases who are either or underinsured. HEA 20 provides administrative services for the public health programs such as communicable disease surveillances and control, HIV and AIDS, immunization, and tobacco control. Mr. Speaker, it was necessary for Cabinet to approve supplementary funding to ensure that the group of persons serviced by HEA 16, 17, 19, and 20 appropriations had access to the appropriate medical services as medically required. Costs for these services are billed in arrears to the Ministry of Health and Wellness by Health Services Authority through HEA2. Mr. Speaker, as previously mentioned, it is necessary for the approval of this supplementary funding in order to preserve the relationship and reputation of the Cayman Islands government among the network of local and overseas healthcare providers, whilst ensuring that the group of persons serviced by these programs have access to the appropriate medical institutions and services as medically required. Mr. Speaker, the funds required for supplementary funding reallocated from unspent balances within the following appropriations: HES 1, Policy Advice and Ministerial Services for Health and Wellness, $3,938,162. HES 11, Mosquito Control Services, $3.5 million. TP 73, Other Health and Wellness Programs of $500,000, for a total reallocation of $7,938,162. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to outline these various Section 11.5 supplementary funding requests which occurred during the 2023 fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Madam Clerk.
Personal explanations.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
None.
Raising of matters of privileges.
None.
Other business. Private members' motions. Private members' motion number 11 of 2023-2024. Motion to increase fines and enforce road safety. To be moved by the elected member for West Bay West and seconded by the elected member for Bodden Town West.
Honourable members, before we move into private members' motions, I propose to take a short suspension so that members may fortify themselves for what is likely to be a long road ahead. So we will suspend until 3:30. Good afternoon. Please be seated.
Other business, private members' motions. Private members' motion number 11 of 2023-2024. Motion to increase fines and enforce road safety. To be moved by the elected member for West Bay West and seconded by the elected member for Bodden Town West.
I recognize the honourable member for West Bay West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move private members' motion number 11, standing in my name, and reads as follows. Whereas Cayman continues to develop and traffic has grown, and whereas persons who come to live and work and some of our own local people who continue to display improper road courtesy, which results in bad driving, and whereas dangerous driving with speeding is now commonplace on all our roadways, and whereas we are experiencing a high loss of life due to dangerous driving, be it therefore resolved that the government considers immediately taking necessary steps by the following actions. Immediately reduce speed limits in all districts and on all roads. 2, immediately increase surveillance and increase fines for speeding and dangerous driving. 3, place speed calming mechanisms in all public roads. 4, install digital speed signs capable of recording and issuing tickets. And 5, ensure that tickets issued for infractions are paid.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the honourable member for West Bay West wish to speak thereto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 motions before the House, and they are, as far as I'm concerned, very easy to understand because they all speak to everyday life and happenings in our islands. So I don't propose to draw out debate on the motions because I think the motion says what it wants. But I would hope that members, or some members, would rise to agree. Sir, the situation on our roads is atrocious. I witness day after day how poor driving, discourteousness, recklessness, and speeding is making our roads a danger to be on. As I drive, I ask myself, where in the world are these people going? You're in a lineup of cars and they are honking their horns and speeding past you only to get 1 or 2 cars ahead of you. Where are they going? Where are they going? Mr. Speaker, most highway speed limit is set at 40 on the highway. Well, some may be 50, but I think most of them is 40. But anyway, I don't drive 40 anyway. And I experience these, in particular, these huge trucks, 12-wheelers, moving so fast, crossing me doing 40, and they have to be doing at least 60 to get so far ahead in seconds. Mr. Speaker, no call for this. Even in neighborhood roads, vehicles are flying. And if a child runs out, they won't stand a chance. And that's been my big concern in the neighborhoods. And I know because of my neighborhood. When I moved there, it was only 3 or 4 houses, 5 houses down in Town Hall Crescent. Maybe 6. Now, of course, it has grown in the last 48 years that I've been there, 49. And I see these cars, I mean, they're just driving out. My grandson bees out in our yard, and he likes to run. And I don't ever close my gates. Have not been closed since I've been there, ever. And I worry about that because these people are reckless. They won't stand a chance. A child slip out of the parents walking, the child slip out of the parents' hand, and these cars come in full speed. I witness people walking their babies. I stop or slow right down to 5 miles an hour. Then there is this gearing up or down, I don't know what they called it, from these heavy industrial vehicles, even in the middle of town. And I said, but stop. But stop. Which hill in Cayman they climbing? Mr. Speaker, there is no need for what I see happening on our roads. No need for it to be taking place. The noise level or environment is absolutely ridiculous. With them gearing up or as I said, I don't know which one they're doing, but they're making a whole heap of noise. And now, Mr. Speaker, just look at the death count on roads. Isn't that enough to tell our public? Isn't that enough to be a warning that speeding is wrong? Cayman roads, as good roads as we have, they're not made for speed. But of course, some of these people believe that by speeding, they're the best drivers. You can see them cocked up halfway, their foot out of the window, or on one foot up on the dashboard. Well, tell me, in a sensible community, why? Why? Yes, they practically, you just see a car coming down, and who's driving this car? They're flat out. That seat is way back. Way back. No. Our young people is involved, but adults and others who come here to live and work with us are the perpetrators. The death count on the roads far too high. 3 people one time. I don't know if I've seen that. I know about 2 people at a time, but I've never heard about 3 people in an accident like that. So there has to be some hard decisions taken. The road calming measures we use, some people don't like them. They say, oh, it's bad for your vehicle. They're bad for your vehicle because you're not paying attention to it. And you're flying, and when you hit that, of course, it has an impact on your vehicle. But that's what the road calming measure is for, slow you down. So these speedsters, they are not adhering to careful driving. So I say put in the road calming measures. Put them in. Put them in on the main highway if necessary. And I say reduce speed limits. Cayman is too small for these speed limits. Roads that are 30, I want them back in West, be down to 20. In subdivisions, should be 15. Why? Just speeding, speeding, speeding. Highways, put it back down to 30. Well, if the police not, and the police can't be everywhere, but if the police not there, they can speed anyway if they think they can get away. So Mr. Speaker, there are all kinds of evidence. We see it day by day. And I'm asking for relief for our traveling public, ourselves. Now, there has to be hard decisions taken because the people doing these are not considerate. That's why we have to step up now. And I would hope that members will agree with the motion and government quickly act on what the motion is asking, find the solutions and make our roads safer for one and all. Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, can decide how to address the issues, and I know that the Minister for Transport, Traffic, I know they have some committees or cabinet, whatever they are doing. They can decide on the various things that the motion is asking about. Maybe some of them is being moved on presently. Accidents are easy to happen, no matter how careful one can be, much less, Mr. Speaker, people who are doing big trucks, doing over 60 miles an hour loaded. Those in small vehicles don't stand a good chance. And a big truck like that come flying down on you. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I don't intend to be long on either one of my motions because they are very clean, and I think members will understand what the motion asks for.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
So, you want to go? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the motion to increase the fines and enforce road safety as moved by the elected member for West Bay West. Significant efforts have already been made to improve monitoring and enforce road safety through the National Road Safety Committee, chaired by the Chief Officer, Mr. Eric Bush. The mentioned committee continues to make progress in implementing the National Road Safety strategies. The National Road Safety Strategy has 19 targets reflecting our commitment to making our roads the safest in this region. I wish to share some of the key achievements with the Honourable House. First, last year we established a unified system to track all road safety data previously scattered across the entitled the entities like 911 and the police service. This centralized database incorporating the data since 2016 allows for coherent analysts to analyze the data-driven decision-making. Secondly, we launched the What If campaign in November 2023, beginning with the No More for 2024 initiative. This ongoing public engagement campaign promotes safe driving through media channels, social events, festivals, and road signages. For enforcement, we have increased the operations during peak times, deploying more traffic patrols, mobile speed readers, and CCTV. The RCPS is collaborating with the NRA, and the Educating Subcommittee is emphasizing school education programs. A task force is also reviewing penalties and considering deterring a point system or creating a point system. And additionally, the NRA continues to improve the road safety and signage. Another international recognized road safety assessment will be conducted this year to assist the NRA's work. The Engineering and Standards of Subcommittee, which is reporting to Road Safety Committee, is also making progress to introducing vehicle safety standards specific to the Cayman Islands. In June, my team and I recently visited the Department of Public Safety Communications to review the surveillance system and how it aligns with the National Road Safety Strategy. I'm pleased to report in the Honourable House that we were very pleased with the level of surveillance that was seen. Mr. Speaker and members, let us remember that improving road safety cannot be done by enforcement and engineering alone. It requires a community buy-in and a change of people's behavior on the roads, which takes time and focused efforts. Mr. Speaker, I understand what the member from West Bay West is talking about and going through. Mr. Speaker, me myself in my constituency of North Side has actually going through a road safety strategy for North Side. A few months ago, we actually marked out on the roads going through Old Man Bay where we were going to be implementing speed tables to see how effective that was, because we understand that the police officer can't be at every corner 24/7 to watch them. We're looking at also putting into more speed cameras in the constituents of North Side. But for now, the only thing that I see that can slow speeders down is these speed tables. That's the only thing that will be there 24/7, especially in the small communities. Mr. Speaker, we have to start somewhere, and some people may not like them, some people may not agree with them, but you know what? A life saved is better than them agreeing with me. Mr. Speaker, part of this job is to make sure that we keep our people safe, and making decisions sometimes may not always be the most popular decision, but we have to make a decision. And Mr. Speaker, I've taken it up that I want to reduce the speeding in my constituency, and that's why we marked this out, these road speed tables, to let people know that they were coming. But I also went around to the members, the people in the constituency, with a petition asking them if they would sign. At first, some were reluctant, said no, they were worried about whether the fire service was going to, how that would affect the fire service, how it would affect the ambulance. All good questions. But what I must say is that doing a test in some of the areas that we have already done in West Bay, the ambulance operators, fire service is okay with the design of those speed tables that we created. They were okay. We put a few of them in Rum Point. I went personally and I asked the ambulance drivers if going into Rum Point, how did it affect them in and out? And they said the first ones that we had in, which were speed humps, was a little bit difficult for them. But the new ones that we created were speed tables, and it made life a lot more easier for them. And it didn't take anything off of the time of them really getting to where they had to go. So after talking with them, I decided that, you know what, we're going to spray a few of these out through Old Man Bay, right through North Side, and get the talks going. But even the people that didn't want it at first are the same ones that are coming to me right now and telling me, say, Minister, I see you marked out these things. When you going to get these in, man? Last night somebody crossed my house, almost doing 90 miles an hour. We need to get them in. And I said, but I thought you were against them. He said, you bring the paper tomorrow, I'll sign it. They've seen where and understand now the education process of it, where part it works. Now we know there's people out there that are going to play the politics with it, but we'll deal with that when that time comes. Because I can tell you, the J that they had in 2021 is a different one that's coming in the next one. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise to say that I support the motion that the Honourable Member from West Bay West is bringing forward. And I look forward to sitting down with him in the next few weeks and actually going through with him with the motion and see how we could actually implement some of the areas that he's talking about. But also we need to look a little bit further. I know the member from Savannah, Mr. Panan, mentioned to me also that he wants to look at speed calming measures for Hirsch Road, and I told him I would mention that also in my speech, that we will be looking at speed calming measures for Hirsch Road to see how we can actually slow the traffic from speeding and Hirsch Road also. And I know, Mr. Speaker, Hirsch Road is a big community, and there's a lot of children in that area, so we need to protect our young ones. And some of them may not even realize that we're protecting for their own self, their own good. Their own good. Because Mr. Speaker, if I had had a speed table down in Rumpoint a few months back, a friend of mine would not have gotten an accident when a vehicle came around the corner speeding and ran directly into him. And I said to him afterwards, I said, you know, if I had that speed table there, that car would have forced that car to have to slow down before it went around the corner. And thank God that he didn't lose his life. He broke his arm, but you know that is mending and he's doing a lot better. But that could have been one less accident down in Rumpoint if we have had that calming measure down there. So from the government aspect of things, I will be supporting this motion, and I hope the rest of my colleagues will be doing the same, and the members on the other side. Thank you so much, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will speak briefly on this motion titled Increasing Fines and Enforcement of Road Safety. As the elected member representing the constituency of Prospect that borders with the constituency of Red Bay, you know, and in our chats, Mr. Speaker, how topical this subject is. It has been ongoing for years, and I applaud my colleague and friend for working closely with me in answering and finally addressing the needs of, and the cries actually, for decades. Shamrock Road has been very topical and a rather sad stretch of road for far too long. Too many lives have been lost because of that very same stretch. I can go way back before we even had the bypass. And I think there was a family, an entire family, there was a black spot right there just before Dr. Tomlinson's house. A whole family from West Bay, if I'm not mistaken, lost their lives there, including a baby. I can go back, I think there was a young lady on a bicycle, it was raining. I can go back to the latest incident where we had a collision there that broke into fire and about 3 persons lost their lives. And just recently, again, the other day, a young lady from Cayman closely hits home here with our Honourable Premier. The cries, and I have to publicly call out the name of Miss Nancy Roleader. because she lives on that incline right there by Poindexter. Her backyard is pretty much Shamrock Road. And she literally describes what she hears every night. The Millers right there in Cascade, Miss Cheryl. I have personally been in her home, and you can hear them. It's like a launching pad of speeding along that strip of road. That's just an idea. Some of the examples. We don't even need the statistics. It's proven. Just read, just Google Shamrock Road. What is the first thing that comes to mind, or the first thing that you will see pop up? A life lost. Another accident. The time has come that we have to deal with this, not only in constituencies, but on a national level. And I agree with my colleague. If it takes the fact of us having to put speed tables on some of these, what I consider I-95, and it saves a life, we will have to do what we have to do. But some behaviors that has been imported in our country can no longer be tolerated. You come here for a change of life. You come here for what we offer as a jurisdiction. Drop your attitudes and behaviors before they take your boarding pass. I have seen this behavior happen in other neighboring jurisdictions where traffic laws does not exist. And we see those same very behaviors not only now creeping in, they're here. And it needs to stop. But I agree, there were some measures that we temporarily put in place at Ocean Club and Mariners Cove site. That property is now owned by government. We cleared the way again, thanks to the assistance of the NRA crews, so that the police would be able to have a soft shoulder to pull off on and stop there and set up surveillance. There's been a speedometer that is there that shows the speed of persons on that, and I swear, with the 2 lanes coming into town from east, people just really want to see, oh, how much I can clock on that monitor. It's not to adhere to the speed limits. They're actually just trying to see how fast they're going. The future looks grim if we don't change our behaviors. The future looks very, very grim if we continue to tolerate some of the imported behaviors. And we have to look at this from a collective perspective. And the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, including that, specifically the traffic department, needs to definitely show where they too are assisting a bit more. But I do understand the challenges and the complexities. We have to be responsible. We can nitpick at the minibus drivers, and we don't want to go into nationalities. But this is not the Cayman we are accustomed to. Courtesy is no more. We spoke about the Jake breaks, the OIS ordinance, the speeding. It's just, it doesn't matter what infrastructure you have. You have the speeding cameras, you have the soft shoulders, you now having bicycle lanes. It is very obvious speed limits in certain areas. But the behaviors of those who traverse our roads must change. And that requires everybody's cooperation and assistance. But Mr. Speaker, we have proven, yourself and I as elected representatives for a very unique area, Red Bay and Prospect, that speed tables work. We no longer hear the cries of Mr. Benamore and everybody on Marina Drive. As a matter of fact, I'm even gotten a request for Summit Crescent. We're hearing it now on Devon Road. So we know that they work. But when you look at the residential areas and some of the people that are really speeding where they know children play, it's really those who live in those areas because they know the roads that well. So this is not just a task for your government and your elected officials. This is the responsibility and change in behaviors and cultures of everyone who lives here, who is from here, and who we've allowed to be amongst us. and I publicly am appealing to those who traverse our road to comply with the traffic laws of this jurisdiction and keep your behaviors and practices where you're coming from. Thank you for this opportunity.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very short contribution to the debate on this motion brought by the member for West Bay West. Mr. Speaker, the motion is very timely. It was only this morning I asked the Minister a question about Shamrock Road and the speeding and the need for traffic calming devices of some type to reduce the death and the carnage on that road. Mr. Speaker, the area I'm speaking of is just less than 2 miles in length. But I would arguably say it is the most dangerous piece of road in the country today. 5 deaths this year. 6 on that road. So that's probably 100% of the deaths on the road this year, all in that 2-mile stretch. I would have thought that with such drastic numbers and the levels of the accidents, that we would have seen more action and more visible signs of things happening regarding that stretch of road. Mr. Speaker, I traveled it. I don't often drive out that area. I normally use the bypass road when I go, but it was a Sunday afternoon. I was up at Rumpoint, and my wife and I were driving home, and we drove through the area on Shamrock coming down, and we were traveling at the speed limit of 40. But I mean, just about every car was passing me by. They were driving 50, 55, 60 miles an hour on a Sunday afternoon. And I can't help but believe that was just that's a good indication of what happens there every day. But it gets even worse on a Friday night, Saturday night, and a Sunday night, because that's when the real speeding is taking place. That's when those accidents that killed and maimed people happen, at that time of the day or night, and within that less than 2-mile stretch of road. Mr. Speaker, there are things that can be done at that time. Now, if it takes the police to have a permanent presence there on a Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday night for a few hours to try and calm things down there, then I think it would go a long way. And the people that live in the communities around there, they will appreciate it. They are concerned. They're concerned for their own safety and that of their children and their families. So I wholeheartedly support the motion that the member has brought, and I do hope that the government will take it really seriously, and let's try to get something done quite quickly. It would grieve me to no end to know that we accept this motion here, and a few weeks from now we find that there are still more deaths on that section of road in particular, because we really haven't achieved anything at this point, at that point. Let's take it seriously, Minister, and let us do what we can. What is happening in our roads, that's not Cayman. That's not us. And we really need to bring this under control. The other thing I would just mention in closing is that I believe in several of those accidents, the Honda Fit was a car that featured in many of in those accidents. Absolutely. So I leave it right there, because we know what the issues are and we know we need to deal with that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honourable Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quick just to say that I'm in obviously full support as a government to the Honorable PS and thank him so much for presenting this necessary motion in light of the traffic concerns in the Cayman Islands, but also to thank the seconder of the motion, the member for Borden Town West, for supporting his efforts in bringing these issues to light once again. I'm not going to reiterate the seriousness of the resolve section of this, but to stand on behalf of Georgetown Central to highlight some other areas that is affecting my constituency that I think can also be added to the components of and the spirit of this motion, which is the concerns in respect to the dump trucks driving through neighborhood roads. I think it's something we have to get a handle on. Heavy equipment, major heavy equipment, should have no reason to be going through neighborhood roads unless it's servicing the neighborhood roads. And unfortunately, though, lots of people in the heavy equipment industry are good friends of mine. I love them dearly. But there's this action with the heavy equipment that annoys so many of our law-abiding citizens and seniors particularly, and it's the jaw brakes, I think it's called, Jake brakes. And I'll give it for the comfort of the listening audience. It goes like this. Right? And there's no need for that. Now, I am by no means a mechanic in any capacity and understand the engineering behind the braking system, but I am certain it's not suited or necessary for the flat jurisdiction upon which we live. As far as my little research tells me, is due for high-rise and mountainous and hilled landscapes. And I would encourage, in respect to doing the further research and commitments, that we ask that we figure out and do the necessary ways to, without interfering with the ability of those who service the aggregate across our communities. By no means we don't want to be a hindrance, but your service and your livelihood cannot be the hindrance to the livelihoods of people across the community. As a matter of fact, this is not only in neighborhood roads, but even on the highway, as the Tibbetts and Linford Pearson, Shamrock Road, which are considered main arterials, the J brakes, or whatever they call, are disturbing for almost a half a mile away from wherever the vehicle is at. So I think it's time for us to consider the importation of vehicles that either, one, you are willing to get them amended to take them off. Obviously, we don't want to put any hindrances in the way of them making their livelihood, but it can't be at the disadvantage of others. Also, specifically, Mr. Speaker, Crew Road. The former minister, the Honorable Jody Hugh, and the now minister, the Honorable J.E. Banks, have worked tremendously on making Linford Pearson very accessible from many angles. And I must say I'm really impressed with the hard work of NRA and the minister and what they have accomplished thus far by Bobby Thompson New Roundabout, going right into Windsor Park now. And I know the members from Georgetown East, Georgetown West, Georgetown South will be really pleased when he soon to announce the opening and alleviating the traffic pressures from that area. And with the great work that those former minister and new minister is doing, there's no reason, unless you're supplying aggregate to Crew Road, for you to be driving, regardless if you have J brakes on it or not, because the road is too narrow, and we have a lot of seniors, young people, and just your average drivers coming out of very narrow roads on Crew Road, and it becomes very risky. And I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, that forget about the fact that they're my constituents. a life can be lost by major equipment, sometimes, most times, speeding. But even if you're not speeding, the road is so narrow and such large vehicles passing through there. To be honest with you, I think if they're on roads such as that are narrow and neighborhood concerned, should be passing through with blinkers on at a certain speed. And I think this is time for us now to review also in our safety plans for traffic to consider certain types of vehicles that are licensed to be on the road and what roads they can be allowed on and under what conditions. By all means, I'm not suggesting you can't go everywhere, because every car, every vehicle has a purpose. But there is examples across the world where you can't drive through at a certain time, or if you want to drive through that area, you have to register it in the neighborhood beforehand and so forth. So there's things that we can do, because I don't think it's fair, not only for Crew Road, which is in my constituency, but for any neighborhood across the Cayman Islands, for them to be exposed to the risk of heavy equipment in small roads, as well as to be disturbed by the noise pollution that is created to it. Now, the seniors in my constituency have had enough, and I, on behalf of this government, will be doing everything I can to speak with the police side of things and work strongly with the minister, who have already shown to me that he's working on drafting research to be able to propose legislative changes. But I want the public to know that we are prepared to do the necessary changes. And for those persons out there, until we make those changes, I ask you, please, for the safety and the peace of my constituents and all those in the Cayman Islands, stop driving so recklessly throughout our neighborhoods. A loss of life or loss of peace is not necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Minister for Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, before you begin, could I ask the Honorable Acting Premier to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 10.2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the moment of interruption?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a motion to suspend Standing Order 10.2 so the business of the House can proceed beyond the hour of interruption.
The question is that Standing Order 10.2 be suspended in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the moment of interruption. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10.2 is suspended. Honorable Minister for Sport.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also give support to this private member's motion brought by the member from West Bay West. And it would have been remiss of me not to stand and support this based on my own experiences in the Eastern District. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that stands out in the police report of traffic and crime for 2023, one of the things that stands out for me in that report is the amount of traffic accidents that we have in this country, sir. And last year, there were 4,654 offenses recorded in relation to speeding. Compare that to 2022 when there were 3,063, which is a 52% increase in speeding. And they're the ones that the police catch, sir. And I'm convinced it's probably 4 times that break the law. In 2023, the police also attended to 3,196 motor vehicle accidents. And that's a 10% increase when you compare that to 2022. But the motion also speaks to the high loss of life. And there were 9 fatals in 2023, sir. 24 suffered serious injuries. And at the end of the day, excessive speeding careless driving were the main contributors to those persons who unfortunately lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, I sit about, on my porch, I sit about maybe 50, 60 feet from the road. And particularly on a Sunday evening, and you'll be familiar with what I'm going to talk about, Blake's, where I live is about a mile from there. I can hear them coming. And before you can't even blink, because if you blink, you're going to miss it. And even if you don't blink, you miss them when they pass there. And I'm expecting that they're going to end up in the post office. They're going that fast. I swear that if they didn't have like poles and guy wires across the road, they'd be taken off by the time they reach me. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I too will be speaking to and meeting with the members of my constituency in terms of discussing these traffic calming measures and the locations that we can put them, because something has to be done. Something has to be done, because just in my neighborhood, there are young kids who live there and cross the road. The church is right next door. Kids are up and down there on a Sunday. And I'm fearing that we will have something that you don't even want to talk about happen. But I'm also of the mind too, sir, if it's done foolishly, the person that causes it is going to have to deal with me personally. Huh? No, sir. But we, as a parliament, have an obligation, and as my colleague from Northside spoke about, doing what is right. It may not be popular, but it's the right thing to do, because every life we save in this country is a life saved, and that's life that a mother, father, sister, brother don't have to attend a service in a church. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to sit now, but I just certainly want to make it publicly known I support this motion wholeheartedly, and I hope that the rest of my colleagues will support this so that we can reduce the amount of fatalities on this road, reduce the amount of traffic accidents on this road, and ensure that we build Cayman a safer place. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally somebody's beginning to speak out. And I rise to offer my support to this motion, and it should come as no surprise to my colleagues who are aware of the many times I have registered my concerns related to this topic. Mr. Speaker, we have major issues all over the islands with reckless driving, but I'm speaking directly to my community, or the communities of Savannah and Newlands. As we all know, it's one of the fastest growing communities, and we witness hell on wheels every day. Those truckers don't seem to want to slow down. Even with the Savannah Primary School have flashing lights, indicating that they're supposed to be driving slower. It does not deter them. It's becoming a grave concern. Hearst Road, Shamrock Road are like race tracks, and we need to reduce the speed limits for the safety and well-being of not just our citizens, but for the visitors who visit our beautiful shores. All right. Mr. Speaker, while we may have made efforts to address this issue, the statistics speak for themselves. With the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service reporting over 50 vehicle accidents per week, it is evident that existing speed calming mechanisms and current regulations are insufficient. The frequency and severity of road accidents are not just numbers. They represent real lives, affecting real families and devastating real communities. This is not a matter that we can afford to ignore any longer. The current situation is dire and demands immediate and decisive action.
There is an urgent need to enforce stricter road safety measures and increase penalties for speeding and dangerous driving. Mr. Speaker, the problem extends beyond the tragic loss of life. Even our workers from the National Roads Authority who are diligently constructing and maintaining our highways are not spared from the dangers posed by reckless driving. This is a stark reminder that the issue of road safety affects everyone, including those who work tirelessly to improve our infrastructure. We owe it to them and to all our citizens to create a safer environment on our roads. The motion to increase fines for speeding and dangerous driving is not merely punitive. It is a crucial step towards changing behavior and instilling a culture of responsible driving. This is why I am supporting the implementation of increased penalties to serve as a deterrent that will hopefully send a very loud and clear message that reckless behavior on our roads will not be tolerated. Furthermore, we must also consider additional measures such as enhanced enforcement, even more public education campaigns, and continued investment in our road safety infrastructure. These combined efforts will hopefully not only help to reduce the number of accidents, but also foster a sense of accountability amongst drivers. Mr. Speaker, road safety is not a partisan issue. It is a matter of public safety and common sense. We all have a role to play in protecting the lives of our residents and visitors, and I urge all members of this House to support this motion, recognizing that the safety and security of our roads are a priority that transcends political lines. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that by supporting this motion, members will be affirming our commitment to safer roads and more responsible driving within our communities. I would like to thank the Minister of Planning for his acknowledgement of the motion and his comments. And he knows that I'm constantly on him about this. And if there's anything I can do to assist him and his team, I'm more than willing to lend my support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Labor and Border Control.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the movers of this motion, the Honorable Member from West Bay West and Honorable Member from Bordentown West. How timely is this motion? I raised to give a short contribution and my support. I want to thank you all again publicly for bringing this motion and enforcing road safety. The Bordentown Road, or the Bordentown proper, is probably one of the oldest areas, and there's a lot of foot traffic. And children and elderly crossing the road regularly, and the vehicles are speeding beyond control. And it's very dangerous, you know, as I stand there by the roadsides and see the cars passing. You know, if you're even sitting in a car on the roadside, you feel your car just move, you know, like it wants to lift up. I saw what was happening from a couple years now, where people were just fascinated with speeding. And I saw what was happening when I went to church on Sunday mornings. I saw the difficulty that seniors had coming across the road and going across to the church hall and going back to the church. That I made a plea to NRA, who had first refused because they say it was a highway and they didn't want to put a crosswalk across. And now we have, thank NRA for deciding that it was a good idea. Safety, otherwise someone was going to get killed. And someone was going to get hurt badly, Mr. Speaker. And we have speed signs placed throughout the Bordentown proper area. And it seems that these speed signs, it may have been said already, but it's encouraging people to see how fast they're going. And the speeding that takes place on Anton Borden Road, it is a racetrack, and the police are out there at times, and they catch a lot of people. They're not out there all the time, but I mean, the speeding is unbearable in Anton Borden and some of the interior roads there, Belford and Lookout and some of the other areas. But I definitely agree with placing additional common measures throughout this island, and digital speed signs should have been done a long time ago. You know, they've been doing it in the US for years now. You speed, you get your ticket in the mailbox or by email, and you go pay a fine or you lose your license. But in terms of accidents, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the question, and my plea for 1 more hour sleep is not affecting many of these accidents that are happening on the road today, especially in the Bordentown area. Obviously, we need an east-west arterial. That's without a doubt. Some may argue. But it has been found, that tiredness causes accidents. And, Mr. Speaker, if Bordentown is the fastest growing district, as has been said, where do you think most of the 500 cars that come in every month to this island, where most of them would be going? So you can only see the stress that we have, and my plea has always been, please take some mercy on the children and the parents of Bordentowners, Eastenders, Northsiders, and all connected. They leave home in the dark, and then they come back home to their children in the dark. That is not a good quality life. I think everybody knows where I stand in terms of east-west arterial. I wish that I knew how to drive a bulldozer. And I know the member from Savannah would be a good teacher. Mr. Speaker, we can't keep importing cars without expanding our road network. Mr. Speaker, we can't keep importing people if we don't upgrade our public transport system. Mr. Speaker, all in all, I want to state publicly my support for this motion in reducing speed limits in all districts and all roads, and immediately increasing surveillance and increased fines for speeding or dangerous driving, placing speed calming mechanisms in all public roads, installing digital speed signs capable of recording and issuing tickets, and ensuring that tickets issued for infractions are paid. This motion, Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, my apologies, has my full support. It is long overdue. I thank you. God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the honorable member from West Bay West for bringing this motion. And I also want to join my colleague from the neighboring district, Honorable Minister from Bordentown East, where you brought up the East-West Arterial. And Mr. Speaker, as I look back at the motion, we're getting there. As I look back at the motion, Mr. Speaker, and reflected on what the member from Bordentown East just said, I want to put something in context that came out of the last census. And the reason why I want to raise this, Mr. Speaker, is that when you look after you pass literally Savannah Meadows, there are one lane going up and one lane going down. And this year makes 20 years since the passing of Hurricane Hyman, where we all remember Mariners Cove. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at the census, and I always walk at my copy, in 1970, the total population for the districts of Bordentown, East End, and North Side was 2,227 people. But in 1970, we had one lane going up, one lane going down. 9 years later, Mr. Speaker, the population for Bordentown, Eastern and North Side increased by 1,209 persons, or 54%, to 3,436, 1979. And we still had one lane going up, one lane coming down. 10 years later, or 19 years later, after 1970, the population went up by 3,101 persons, or 139%, to 5,328. 19 years later, Mr. Speaker, one lane up, one lane down. 29 years later, Mr. Speaker, in 1999, the population went to 5,987, or 269%, for a total of 8,214 persons living in Bordentown, East End, and North Side. One lane up, one lane down. 40 years later, Mr. Speaker, in 2010, population have now increased by 11,202 people, or 503%, to 13,429 people. One lane up, one lane down. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, 51 years later when we did the census, the population by then increased by 16,366, or 735%, to a total of 18,593. 51 years later, Mr. Speaker, one lane up, one lane down. Mr. Speaker, it's easy for us to get up and understand what is happening. And I think, based on the response today, everybody in this House is on the same page. But, Mr. Speaker, it can't be a situation that the people who has allowed the districts of Bordentown, Eastern, and North Side, 51 years later after all of this development, who have one lane up and one lane down, the vast majority of them do not even live in Bordentown, East End, or North Side. We know where they live. And, Mr. Speaker, the quality of life, which is what we're all about, is being seriously affected. And when we look at the studies of road rage and all that kind of stuff, and Mr. Speaker, I can tell you right now, in Northward itself in the mornings coming down, it has become a speedway of people cutting through Northward to come out through Wilty to save, what, 2 minutes? I have people in the Wilty area that can't even leave their homes. Can't even get out, can't even reverse, nothing. You know, we had one commissioner who was smart enough to think that we didn't even need a traffic department anymore and close it down. Here we are now. So, the member from Prospect, Honorable Minister, talk about the culture of being imported. with some of the bus people that they just pull off wherever they want, they do this wherever they want, and we understand that they need to make their money. But it can't come at the expense of people and the quality of life. We have people who have come to this country as passengers and have gone back home as cargo because of the same thing. You know what I mean? And I can tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, I live in a district where I pull out on the road, I am pulling out into a 40-mile-per-hour zone. And there's some days when those trucks are coming down, even though I am inside on the side road, I still reverse. When I see them coming, I reverse because anything can happen. And the most they can do is say sorry. You know, so it has to be a situation where the people need to really stop and take a look at themselves. And I can tell you, it's not just even a matter of speed bumps, because I can tell you Anton Borden Drive in the district of Borden Town East has speed bumps along the way, and people are still speeding. I swear to God, some of these people try to go over them as fast to see how high they can go. You know, so it is a cultural issue. And until people start burying people and understand and burying people close to them, I can tell you, I've lost family members to auto accident and know what that feels like. I've known what it's like to lose a family member and have a closed casket. It is not a pretty thing when you can actually see what it is about. So, my colleague from West Bay, a lot of people say old, but it's clearly ideas not cold. And you still have a little bit of fight in you. And they say, as long as a lion has teeth, he shall hunt. And as long as you're here, and you might as well continue to show that you got some fight in you. But this is something that we need to do, and we need to take seriously. And I'm going to ask right now, I mean, once you leave Savannah, it's a 30-mile-per-hour zone. Once you pass Domino's coming up, I would love to see that 30-mile-per-hour zone extended all the way right up into the 25-mile-per-hour zone that we have for the school right there. You know, we have situations, I mean, I understand the truck guys that they need to make their living, but the speed that some of them come with, sometimes the truck aren't even covered, things be falling off, right? Sometimes I see road, little pebbles falling off. Looking to break somebody's windshield, just to save what? You know, so, but again, a lot of this still comes back to the point of now we having so many homes in these residential areas, so many, and still just have that one road up and one road down to do all of this. We can't continue like this. You know, so for those of us in the Eastern District, they do understand, and I really feel bad for the people in our district of Borden Town, East End and North Side. Because as the minister from Borden Town, he said, people are leaving home in the dark, coming back home in the dark, and then we're wondering why we have a vitamin D deficiency of so many people in our country. We're living in the sun, Cayman, and some people don't even see sunlight. You know, so there's a lot of stuff that we need to do. It's cultural, and this parliament can never legislate morality, we can never legislate principle, but we can ask people to be responsible. And I will say this to people, the day the wrong person get killed on the road by somebody else, and then somebody go and take matters in their hand, because I can tell you right now, I got children, I got mama that's still driving, and the day somebody do something crazy, Chris going to be just as crazy too, and they can take that anywhere they want. But we need to do something about it, because I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be one of them person that's going to sit down and leave things as is. That's not in my constitution. So we need to take some measures, but at the end of the day, as the minister of Borden Town, he said, we need the east-west arterial. Because here we are, 51 years later, one lane up, one lane down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for West Bay North.
Mr. Speaker, I too just raise a temporarily say that I too support this move, and I want to thank the Minister for Roads for giving me finally, after a long time asking for it, even though we got it at the day the Bible school closed, the sleeping policeman or the speed bump over by the Boston Bay Presbyterian Church. And I still need one by the West Bay Primary School, just like how you have on the West Bay Road by Wesleyan and Grace. So I'm asking for them once again publicly to give me that one more by West Bay Primary School, because if you want to see speed, go and sit down by the West Bay Library and watch them come from Hell Gas Station going toward the police station through a roundabout. You'll see speed. So thanks for bringing this, member from West Bay West, and I too will be supporting it.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Acting Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just to formally say, although it's apparent that the government supports the motion, thank you. I'd like to formally thank the mover and the seconder for bringing it. I'd also like to thank the Minister for Planning for his response. I won't go over covered ground because I believe we have expressed what we've all been feeling, that there seems to be at times a free-for-all on our roads. A couple of phrases from a few members caught my eye, and I just wanted to introduce one further point that I don't think has been mentioned yet. I believe the leader of the opposition talked about some of the vehicles, when they go by, you feel as they're to kill and maim. I believe the member for Bordentown West talked about people that have to have been buried. And the member for Savannah talked about having measures to send a message. In the District of West Bay, we have a family of a young man who was killed on a motorbike by a drunk driver. And the family has put forward some, to my constituency office, I think the Minister for Planning has given them an audience. Also, I believe the member for West Bay Central has given them an audience where they've done research, where other jurisdictions around the world are starting to adopt legislation where if there's a drunk driver that causes a fatality and there are surviving children, the court can make a maintenance order against the driver to pay civil restitution for the maintenance of the children. I believe it's either referred to in some states as Bentley's Law or Haley's Law, because there's a gap in the social safety net that the surviving family may not quite be qualified for welfare, but still someone has to pick up the tab for the children when they have lost a breadwinner from a reckless drunk driver. So I believe that is legislation that we as a country should consider, to go back to the words of my friend and member for Savannah, to send a message in all different aspects that we can, that this type of reckless driving, the speeding, whether it's drunk driving, is no longer acceptable in this country. This House, I believe, this afternoon is taking a stand. And I applaud all members for that, and I wait for the mover's right of reply to emphasize that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll invite the mover to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I thought and I hope that members would rise and add to it, and that they have done. So I want to thank the member for Bordentown West for his input and for being the seconder and for his encouragement always for me. I don't know if I can say I'm an lion right now though, but And I want to thank the ministers, Leader of the Opposition, and other members, our ministers on the side, for their support and their very, very valid points. There was one point that I wanted to raise and I didn't, but in closing, I want to make this point that those, Mr. Speaker, persons who give permission to moving big items on like low boys or otherwise, and the Honorable Minister of Tourism spoke about heavy equipment, but those given moving things on low boys needs to be more considerate of the time. The time when these things would be on the highway. On Saturday, I was coming back to West Bay, and there by the main cemetery was the police blocking from the cemetery down past the Foster's supermarket. Police all the way helping, and in the midst of all that traffic coming in and going out of West Bay, was this low boy with a house on it, 2:20, 2:30 in the afternoon, in the day, on a Saturday. Should be in the morning. Whomever gives that kind of permission, no matter what excuse the movers have, that time should not be agreed. Not that time of day. These things can be moved at night when traffic is less. With all the lighting facilities they have these days. But to come that time of the day, I thought, we turned around and I went back up because it was just too much traffic. I went around. I said, thank God for the bypass. You know, to see why we had the sense to put the bypass. So those are some of the things, and I don't need to repeat anything here because all members rising have given good reason why this motion should be taken seriously and things get done. And I am the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Planning and Transport and those areas, infrastructure. So I'll keep talking with the minister, and especially that committee that he has that deals with safety. Maybe he'll put me on it, or maybe I'm already on it and didn't know. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members again, and let's get the things done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers immediately taking necessary steps by the following actions: immediately reduce speed limits in all districts and on all roads, immediately increase surveillance and increase fines for speeding and dangerous driving, place speed calming mechanisms on all public roads, install digital speed signs capable of recording and issuing tickets, and ensure that tickets issued for infractions are paid. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is passed.
Private Member's Motion number 12 of 2023-2024. Motion to increase ownership of businesses by Caymanians. To be moved by the elected member for West Bay West and seconded by the elected member for Bodden Town West.
I recognize the elected member for West Bay West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private member's motion number 12, standing in my name, which reads as follows. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 affirms the Cayman Islands as a country that manages growth and maintains prosperity while protecting its social and natural environment. And whereas Section 16(4) of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 recognizes that preference may be given to Caymanians with regards to ownership of businesses. And whereas the Trade and Business Licensing Act recognizes that Caymanians should own and control no less than 60% of a local business. And whereas the number of local control licenses issued is more than 200, and whereas our island continues to develop at a fast rate, and whereas business opportunities continue to grow as the population has increased, and whereas Caymanians are feeling left out due to the many foreign nationals being involved in certain businesses. Be it therefore resolved that government considers taking immediate steps to amend the Trade and Business Act to increase the percentage ownership by Caymanians from 60% to 100% for the following business activities. 1. Real estate sales and property management companies. 2. Construction businesses up to $1.5 million CI. 3. Car rentals. 4. Water sport operations. 5. Light technology up to 2.5 million Cayman Islands dollars. Be it further resolved that government places a moratorium on the issuance of local companies' control licenses. Be it further resolved that government considers immediately taking the necessary steps to ensure that properties in Cayman are purchased and set aside for Caymanians only by the following means. 1. That foreign developers building apartments, hotels, and such developments pay to the government a 5% fee off the top of the value of said developments. 2. That such funds be set aside by the government to purchase properties that are earmarked to be purchased by Caymanians only. 3. That when such properties are purchased by Caymanians, it cannot be used for land banking and can only be sold to another Caymanian. And 4. That the maximum amount of lots that can be bought by any Caymanian through the above means be 2 lots. Be it further resolved that government considers taking the necessary steps to ensure that the Cayman Islands Development Bank is given the necessary resources to assist qualified Caymanian businesses and qualified Caymanian entrepreneurs with the necessary funding to engage in business activities that are owned 100% by Caymanians.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am asking a lot in this motion. And I said that it should be easy to understand because everything all speaks to everyday life and happenings in our islands. So while I'm asking a lot, it all needs to be done. And some has already said it is a bit late, but still very much needed. Sir, our islands is a developing state. Some people tire of it and say, who are we developing for? I've always answered that question with this. We are developing for our people. Some people fail to see but that to stop is a sure way to get less for our people. A people that is asking for more. Not all, I would say, all ministers and members, and I'm saying all across this house, are everyday barrage with something that somebody wants us to do. Every day. And not one person, many. Wants us to do something. More and better health care. More roads. And enhancements to our present roads. All want better education and more schools. Docks. Enhancements to our airports. And guess what? There is nothing being asked of government or pointed out to government to do that don't require money. The hardest environmentalists would understand that. And I say too, who are we developing for? For our people. For our people to enjoy some kind of wealth, some better standard of living. And as I've said many times before, my dear friends, embrace wealth or reap poverty. Embrace wealth or reap poverty. Now, I say too, government has tried in many instances, but has to do more than to just allow the development. We want something for our children and grandchildren, our posterity. Government has a responsibility to ensure that our people are given opportunities, that those children and grandchildren are given opportunities. That is why parents are working and pouring out themselves to ensure our children are better educated. Send them to get a better and enhanced knowledge and understanding of what life should be and what life could be in Cayman. And when they complete their education, they want and need opportunities, whether it is a job or a business ownership. And that is what the cry is all about from young Caymanians. What and where can I start a business? What can I own out of this good economy? What can I own more than just getting a car and maybe getting a house? That's more difficult today. What am I getting out of it? That's the question we have. Our grandchildren are old enough, those of us that got them at this point, are old enough to see it. Our children are old enough. In my case, I'm a grandparent now. 5 grandchildren. They're saying, well, what we can get out of this, besides a job. And there are times that we know situations that exist that some people are left behind. Jobs are not there. They're not getting them for whatever reasons. But it's happening. We have the responsibility to do something about it. We have to take care of them. We brought them into this world. We educate them. We try hard, work hard. Some parents, 2 jobs to be able to send their child to a college, even though they might end up with some kind of scholarship from government or from the private sector, and thank God more is being done today than it was 40 years ago. You can believe that when I entered government. Cayman Wireless used to do a little training. Bankers had one scholarship. One. Today, somebody gave the figure, or yesterday, whenever it was, how many scholarships government is giving today? And back then, government didn't give you. You know who got. You know there was a specialized few that got. You know. The truth is the truth. Yeah, who family to who? So, our children, while we work hard to get them educated, our children are looking for better opportunities. That's what this motion is trying to do. So we do have a responsibility to enable and direct and ensure that he or she who are capable, who have the ambition, that those persons, those young people, our children, great-grandchildren, our posterity can get something from a developing Cayman. So, Mr. Speaker, I can repeat for record's sake some of the things that will enhance opportunity for Caymanians who are complaining about not getting something out of Cayman's development. On the third resolve, I think will enhance the ability and opportunity for Caymanians, especially young Caymanians, to own a piece of land. Let's look at what I'm saying. But from the first thing I would just repeat. The first resolve is saying, put aside the businesses that Caymanians can get involved with. That's easy enough. Real estate, property management, construction businesses up to 1.5 million. And I'm saying up to 1.5 million because these are small contractors. And so the big contractors shouldn't be allowed to do anything below 1.5 million. That is left for Caymanians alone. That's easy enough to recognize because everything has to get planning permission. So that is possible. Car rentals, possible. Water sports operations, being working on right now. I know that is one of the things that is being worked on by the ministers, the responsibility there. But I put it in here, we put it in there so that it is there. Light technology, up to 2.5 million. And today is a world of technology. All sorts of small things can be done. So anything under 2.5 million must be left for Caymanians. Any kind, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. And I would expect that the Minister of Commerce would on the next resolve, will give some enlightenment there. But that was talking about placing a moratorium on the issuance of local company licenses, because we are getting complaints about it. Don't think that is not a lot said when people found out the little that is being paid by the oil companies, and I have no axe to grind for anyone except trying to get better price for Caymanians, for people living here. And I want to point that out when I say Caymanians, these are people who are here legally as well. Because I know that's a hard thing with some people. Only born Caymanians. You got people here legally because they married somebody or otherwise. They are here legally. And I know there's an issue about that, but we can't stop love. We cannot stop love. We can stop the abuse of marriage, the conveniences. Oh, we can do that, but we can't stop real love. So Caymanians will fall in love with somebody outside of Cayman. My son being one. So we can't stop that. And they are here legally. So when the motion talks about Caymanian, it means those that have Cayman status and are Caymanian by law. Yes, we look after our own, all of them. And if this last one, that's the third resolve that I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, it is this. The foreign investment, I have never believed in taxation as taxation go. Me in the UK got in a big fight about that, and they will never forgive me for telling them, not on my watch, no income tax, no property tax, no value-added tax, none. That's the same one I left my pen home. Same one. But we must find a way, I think now, that when the developments come and look at, and Caymanians are building apartments too. We're not talking about Caymanians. We're talking about foreign investment that comes in. And a lot of apartments are being built by those persons. Hotels too. All of that. Whatever it is, whatever kind of business it is, that they are legally able to build, we get the 5% of the value off the top. That is paid into government and goes into a separate fund. And that fund would be set aside by government to purchase properties around Cayman that are earmarked to be purchased by Caymanians only. And that when the properties are purchased by Caymanians, it cannot be used for land banking, meaning that rich John Brown cannot buy 5 and 6 lots and hold them up for his. That's what I mean by that. And that, when that land, government gets that land, it can only be sold to another Caymanian. And that the maximum of lots that a family could buy by any Caymanian through those means are 2. Remember how that will, over the years, continue, because the 2 children will get children and they could sell it, God willing, or buy it, or sell it to another Caymanian. Can only be sold. I think that this is a bold step. And that's, somebody said to me, well, Mark, you're a little bit late. No, we're not late. I have great hope in Cayman. I don't think we're about to die, as some people want to say. I think we are on the threshold of good things. Investment from around the world still want to come, and they track here, they come here. And they come here because it's easy for them. We have done well in protecting Cayman. As much as some want to say how bad some governments have been, or maybe all governments, because you can get them soon, telling you all the governments were bad, except them when you elect them now. No, Mr. Speaker, I believe, I have great hope. I have great hope in members of this House, because I believe that all of us wants the good things for the country. Some got different ways of getting it. You might even beat me up for trying to get something for the country. That's been done before, as you know, Mr. Speaker. So, we have work to do in this regard. The one thing that when I asked the member from Bordentown West, because he is a wide thinker, and in the next resolve, he said, Mac, we can't do all of this unless we do get some money outside to help small Caymanian business. And yes, we can't probably pour millions of dollars into the development bank. But we can find ways and means of doing it. And so that bank can't have the same ratios as or rules as a regular commercial bank. Because that's one of the things that are killing small business today, is the rates that you pay in those banks. I have a small farm. I had borrowed money for that. I don't think I can ever get it paid down. Small businesses needs the kind of help. And I know that he's going to, the member from the seconder, is going to elaborate on it. And I will, yes, I hope. We usually want to push this resolve, so. I hope, no, I said that earlier, that this was one of the things that he did to tell me we can't do all these things. We can't get it, then leave small business to flounder. You got to find a ways and means to get funds to assist, and we have our own bank. That's what, look in the records, look in the Hansard when I moved out in 1994. Look at it. That's when that law was moved, and we changed from the committee that we had doing agricultural development, etc. We changed it to the development bank. And that's what we said then. But we haven't gotten that far. Some. But rules are far too stringent to help small business. Small business in Cayman needs a lot of help. Because the first thing is, Caymanians that are looking to do small business don't have the wherewithal as the person coming from outside seems to have a lot of it, and they usually do. They have the means, they have the ways and means of getting it. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave the motion with the facts in it, but to members' imagination as to what can be done. And I do hope that most members will be able to say yes to what we are trying and what we're thinking on this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Westway North.
Mr. Speaker, I too will be supporting this bill, this motion, but I do hope it's not like in the past. I remember MLA Elio Solomon bringing a motion or a bill before this House that certain jobs would be earmarked for Caymanians only. I also remember the member from Bordentown West, and we have not followed through. There are many jobs, and don't bring human rights and all this foolishness that people like to throw up when it comes to something for us Caymanians. Canada, Australia, all of them places have stuff for their indigenous people that's protected. So don't say it can't be done. And just in case some people don't know, some of us are indigenous. And I do hope that if and when this is passed today or brought to fruition, that we enforce it and we do it. Not just come in here, sit down, talk about it, these big flowery speeches with all these statistics, do it, then we get out there and it's not done. We don't, just like a lot of things we complain about in this country. We have the laws, but we never enforce it because we're always offending somebody else at the suffering of us Caymanians. So I'm happy to see that this has come here today, and I will be supporting it fully. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Minister for Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today also to support the private member's motion number 12 of 2023-2024. And without spending a whole lot of time speaking on the matter, because I know that the mover has spoke in detail, I also agree that these areas can do with an amendment. Now, at this stage, I think that the intent of the law when it was created was to promote participation that we did not have in the country. And now that we've seen Caymanians thriving in these areas, we want to ensure that we can protect them and protect these industries for our Caymanian people. So on that basis, I too will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The member from Borden Town West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as the mover, the honourable member for West Bay West said, when he came and had the discussion with me about this motion, I too at the time recognized that, one, there are laws already in the book to some extent that requires majority ownership of businesses for Caymanians. But I wanted to have a better understanding in terms of where his headspace was, what was it that he was trying to achieve before I agreed to second it. And after he explained where his headspace was, and then I started thinking about my own district of Borden Town West, because like with anything else, all politics is local. I need to make sure at the end of the day it is something that does not benefit even just my district, but pretty much all Caymanians. One of the things that prompted me, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to ask the Sergeant of Arms just to hand this out to the members here. I'll just wait till everyone has a copy of this map. Actually, I didn't make a copy for him because he had left. Sarge? I didn't make a copy for the member because he had left, so I wasn't sure. But if we have extras, then we just leave one. The map that's being handed around, Mr. Speaker, is an aerial map of the Cayman Islands as per Google Earth. And members will see from that map that pretty much you look along the West Bay Road corridor, except for parts of West Bay, Georgetown and West Bay is pretty much fully developed to some extent. You can tell by the gray spaces. But the last green spots or the last open spaces, Mr. Speaker, are actually between Borden Town, East End, and North Side. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, we do recognize as we move forward, and I'm hoping that this government intends to move forward with the East-West Arterial, it is going to open up development within the Cayman Islands. And as you can see, where the roads are already there, those areas are developed. And what we don't want is the minute that the road goes in and the development start to expand, that those opportunities aren't taken advantage of by our people. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, and this is one of the reasons why the member for West Bay West said that I insisted in terms of the development bank playing a role. The only way in any country to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker, is to pursue opportunities to expand the middle class. And the two main ingredients needed to expand any middle class is access to capital and access to credit. Those are two things that are needed. And it's very difficult and very challenging to ask Caymanian businesses and Caymanian residents to compete against foreigners coming to the country that have access to overseas capital. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in my former life where I was in banking, we actually got an opportunity to see where foreign banks would actually lend money to their residents to do business in the Cayman Islands, and then we basically ask our bank to hold the asset for them, put the charge over it, or that kind of stuff to secure their interests. But that is one of the things that really drive the idea that we need to make sure our people have access. We have seen many developments in many Caribbean islands, and a lot of those countries have what you refer to as Exim Bank or Export-Import banks that offer their citizens the ability to invest overseas in other countries. And we are now at a point where other countries are lending their citizens money to invest in Cayman, and the very banks here, our own people are actually having a challenge in terms of accessing credit or accessing capital. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted, or I insisted, which the mover agreed very quickly also, to make sure that we at least put the tools in place, or attempt to put the tools in place that will at least give our people the opportunity to take advantage of what it is as the island progresses and as we develop. Because one of the things, Mr. Speaker, is that once the road is there, the development is going to come. Whether it's going to be a gas station, whether it's going to be a residential lot, the development is going to come. The population is growing. But equal at the same time, Mr. Speaker, and this is one of the things that we didn't really want to get into in this motion, but as you can also see from this map, this is the last large swath of green space in Cayman. And we need to make sure, recognizing that we do have challenges in terms of climate change and everything else, that at a minimum, that when we do open this side of the island up in terms of development, that we do it very, very, very responsibly. We have now seen, we are living in an age right now where we are seeing literally a category 4, category 5 hurricane literally in the month of June, just recently, where we dodged that bullet. You know, we need to start sitting down and thinking about the future of this country. For 30 years, we had roughly 6 LCLs in this country. And for the listening public, LCLs are locally controlled company license, LCCL, sorry, where if you can't find a majority Caymanian ownership, you can apply for that exemption. And if memory serves me right, those 6 companies were CUC, Cable and Wireless, Asphaltic, McAlpine, Texaco, Esso. 6. Today we have over 200. And most of them, if you go to the DCI website, is actually in development. So the whole idea about this motion, Mr. Speaker, is that as we now look at new horizons in the country, and even look at existing opportunities that our people can take, this is a time now for us to start looking at creating more Caymanian entrepreneurs, more Caymanian business people, and at the same time also assisting them and working with them. Because in other countries, if you look at their own development, the government played a very large role in the development. Whether it is the development of the railroad network in the United States, or the train system in other countries that allow commerce and goods and people to move, the government played a part. And now it's time for us now to, while we may not have gotten the first phase of Cayman development right, to some extent, and some will argue we were developing for, at least when we open this door and start going down this route, we at least start making the right opportunities available for our people. And that is pretty much what it is that this motion is calling for. We have reached a point in our development now where some businesses no longer need that 60% Caymanian ownership. Some businesses now need to be 100% Caymanian owned. And the thing about it is, Mr. Speaker, if you do look, even in the United States, Canada, and elsewhere in Europe, there are some businesses, for national security purposes, that has to be 100% owned by the citizens of the country, or by, to some extent, the government, where they do not allow certain things to be foreign control at all. We have been very lax in that regard. And while this may be the first step or just opening the door, the day will come as we expand in areas of cybersecurity, AI in terms of artificial intelligence and so forth. This is something that we need to start looking back at, because I can tell you right now, and members are going to see by later this year, when the U.S. election goes into full effect, the damages or what can be done, or how serious things like AI can be, and especially in the wrong hands. But yet it is still a fledgling industry at this point. But when you start seeing the deep fake videos, which we have already started seeing, we have seen apps out there like Part AI, where they can take somebody's voice and have them say and do all kind of things. I mean, these things have already started to happen, and it's only going to get better. So we need to make sure, and I know the minister at this point is going around now, and they're doing the different community meetings in terms of the plan Cayman and development and everything else. But we just need to make sure that once that is done and we start looking at where we need to go, that at a minimum, the opportunities available are available to our people, and that we are giving them the tools to be a part of the next Caymanian chapter of success. So with that said, I want to thank the mover for bringing the motion. And as I said to him before, he may be old, but his ideas aren't cold, and he still has some fight in him. And I know while he's talking about retirement, Mr. Bush, at least I can say, I still believe that you still have some utility. This, in layman's terms, I think still you have use, you can be useful. And it's good to at least see that you're still looking out and fighting for our people. It's something that you have built your political foundation on, and I'm glad to see something that you continue to do to look out for Caymanians. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I just rise to lend my support to this motion, and I hope everyone feels the same way and also support the motion. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a few short comments on the motion, private members' motion to increase ownership of businesses by Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, this motion makes sense. It has total, or it makes sense and has a lot of credibility to it. This is something, one of these motions, it's one of the motions that, you know, we know that our Caymanian people out there are crying out for actions such as this in hopes that it will allow them to find their place in the economy when it's growing, and they see things happening and they feel that perhaps it's happening so quickly that they are not having an opportunity to participate. Looking at the resolutions, you know, I think there is all of these businesses listed here are interesting. I think listening to the move of the motion, if he's talking about construction, I think anything that would require a non-Caymanian company to do should either be an LCCL or a joint venture. I think perhaps one of the hotels being built at the moment might be a joint venture between an overseas firm and a local firm. So whether you want to put a cash limit on it, I don't, you know, there's enough large, we have, you know, I used to call it the big two, we have the big four construction firms in Ireland now, at least four. You look at the $50 million project in Cayman where you had local construction companies coming together, you know, to be able to fund the project. So I think in these cases, you know, when the Ritz-Carlton was being built, it was a joint venture, JV. That was the very first one. I remember working with, I was on a trade and business board with the chairman, Ms. Sherry-Ann Cohen at the time, developing the joint venture that took place to build the Ritz-Carlton. So that's on the construction side. I just noticed it. I thought if you're going to go down that road, the 1.5 million is quite low. Most of the big firms these days won't touch anything below that anyhow. It's just not worth the mobilization to build something at that level. But I think this is a motion that would require, I think this is something that if the government is going to do it, it's going to require quite a bit of public consultation, perhaps do some research on the amount of numbers out there. Interestingly, in my time as minister, the two largest categories of trade and business license were janitorial and construction. You know, so those would be easy ones to say there must be enough Caymanian companies now. You know, I also know that there was two water sport companies, two large water sports companies that were for sale and struggled to find local buyers. In both instances, both went into contract, and both ended up with the contracts not being executed, and the companies remained Caymanian for the time. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, when I was acting chairman of the Trade and Business License Board, and the then government, led by the Honorable Kurt Tibbetts, issued a government policy to the board saying that no LCCLs should be issued for under $1 million. Back then, this was early 2000s, maybe late 90s, that was a lot of money. And I remember a LCCL application coming in for some apartments in West Bay for 1.1 million or 1.2, no, sorry, 900 and something thousand, my apologies, for 900 and something thousand. And we turned it down. The owner, Caymanian owner, and his family asked for an appointment with the board. Very prominent Caymanian. Had just lost his job. They're going through a hard time. The apartments had fallen into disrepair. His home was the collateral for the mortgage. This was the third application for an LCCL to purchase a property that we had just refused. And they came in, husband, wife, 3 children, and everybody was crying. The gentleman was crying, his wife was crying, the 3 children were crying. Never forget it. It left a mark on me. And they said, we've had it up for sale for 2 years. We're going to lose our house. This was the third application we've put in, or the LCCL applications that have been submitted to buy, because no one locally wants to buy it. And so we ended up reviewing it again. I think we even escalated it, and as it was a government policy to allow this property to be sold to rescue this Caymanian family. So when you think about it that way, you have to look at all perspectives. From business's perspective, from the business perspective, when you limit the sale of your business to Caymanian only, you're limiting it to a smaller pool of potential buyers. I'm just saying it's something we want to consider. So the other aspect I want to touch on, and the member from Bordentown West spoke on it, is the 60-40. It is my understanding that the 60-40 trade and business license, 60% Caymanian ownership, 60% Caymanian minimum of 60% Caymanian ownership and 60% Caymanian directorship. It was designed to allow Caymanians to seek investors at a time when funding wasn't readily available locally, especially for larger projects, but even just to start businesses. I can think of a lot of Caymanian businesses that started that way. My own father's business started with investors and then became 100% Caymanian owned. So, but I think what has happened, Mr. Speaker, over the years is that the 60-40 has reversed. It has reversed where the little carpenter to the multi-billionaire is coming to Cayman looking for a 60% partner who is happy, sometimes think they're doing a good thing. I remember speaking, because I use this example all the time, I remember speaking to an acquaintance who moved to Cayman, he's got his status, he did his dues, had a sailboat, ran around in it for the first couple of years and got bored and the boat sat there, and then thought he was doing a good thing when he met a young European, or I think the young man was from New Zealand or Austria, and said, well, I have a sailboat sitting there, why don't we form a company and you can run it? Use the boat's not being used. And he thought that he was just doing a good thing. But when I sat down and gave him the other perspective, that do you realize that you just handed this guy a $500,000 boat to go out and compete with the little Stingray City guys in West Bay, who were struggling and fighting out there at the cruise ship docks to get a couple of people to take him out. And he didn't think about it that way. He said, oh my God, I didn't realize that. Now, if he had found a young Caymanian to take the boat, that's a different thing. But he actually didn't see that perspective. Then you have the flip side where you have the multimillionaire coming in and meeting someone, and they're like, yeah, sure, I'll be a partner. Oh, well, what can we do? I don't need anything out of it, you know. Take me out for dinner every now and then, or whatever the case is. And they don't think anything's wrong with that either. But then that multimillionaire is opening hair salons and gyms and starting construction companies and doing developments all over the island, competing with everybody. You know, the Cayman developer thinks he's buying a piece of land he can put down, you know, a few apartments. Next thing you know, a guy comes in and offers asking price, and money is not a big deal. And it's a Caymanian company. But it's because they use a 60-40 the way it was not intended. 60-40 was intended for Caymanians to find persons to invest. So how can we deal with that? Maybe now we say that if you are a 40% or less shareholder in a Caymanian company, you cannot work for the company. Maybe you will have to prove in the application that you are simply a funding mechanism for the company. Perhaps even it's that the company is representing a company you own overseas and you're supplying them with stuff, but not that the company is being formed. You are going to work in the company. You are going to run the company. You know, Dr. So-and-so or Miss Mary down the street is my 60% Caymanian owner, and I'm going to go and do a $10 million development. That's not the way it was designed. That's not what it was designed for. So we can approach that in a different way as well. Maybe we need to look at that 60-40 rule. Maybe we need to tighten that up a little bit to ensure that it's there for what it is intended for. Because on the flip side, if I wanted to start a farm and I found a young fella from overseas who's a good farmer, and I said, all right, let's you and I go into business, right? You're doing the work. I'll be the 60% shareholder. But in that case, why don't I just say to him, come and work for me? Or in that case, why don't we say, we'll do a profit sharing? So when you have those legitimate instances, it can be resolved otherwise. There's ways and means to deal with that. But what we need to stop is the outright blatant fronting. I have reported several cases. It seems almost impossible for DCI to convict one of them or find the evidence under the law. So maybe there needs to be changes to the law. Maybe there needs to be a tightening of the law that will allow easier prosecution, because I've never heard of a case of fronting. I remember years ago where there was a divorce case over a business, and the lady wrote to the business that was, this was when I was on the board, wrote to the business to say, my husband and I divorced, I want to know what his 60% share is, how much he's getting out of it. Had her lawyers write, rather. So the lawyers, the overseas lawyers from, it was a big business, it was a little hotel actually, wrote back to the lady's lawyer and said, your husband is only a 60% shareholder for administrative purposes and has never received any benefits from the business. And we handed it over to legal, and that went nowhere. There's never, ever been a prosecution for fronting. And it is blatant. It is all over the place, from the lowest to the highest. And like I said, many, many people that are doing it don't understand. They don't realize that they're actually jeopardizing someone else's livelihood when they do that. They think they're being nice, and that's a nice guy. Or it'd be good. This is a good kind of people to have in Cayman. True. They can go out and spend money and, you know, in the economy and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't mean that we have to help them open a business to compete with our own people. So, you know, I think those are some of the areas we can look at, Mr. Speaker, to start tightening the regime that Caymanians will have the opportunities without the risk of impacting the values of their businesses or impacting the local economy when it comes to growth. But overall, I think, Mr. Speaker, there's real merit to the motion. And there's a lot of stuff in here that the government can look at, can find ways to deal with it, maybe enhance it even more, maybe take it further, who knows, but I think that will require data, public consultation, etc., to ensure that we get it right when we do it. Mr. Speaker, the second part of the resolved portion of the motion, I think the housing motion that I brought at the last sitting that we asked this morning, and a question on, and the Honourable Minister of Planning said that there was progress in a report on dealing with housing. I think this fits right in line with that, whether it's land or whether it's housing, that when persons, local developers, or anyone developing, especially where it's a large-scale development, where it has environmental impacts, etc., that somehow government negotiates out of that, whether it's physical units within that place or funding to go into purchasing land to develop housing for Caymanians. It fits right in line with the housing development of housing used in partnership with the private sector that I brought at the last, no, in November, sorry, not at the last sitting, in November. So, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the mover of the motion for the bold step. No one has ever accused him of not trying to defend his people, better his people, and no one has ever accused him of not being bold. But this is he said he asked for a lot. I think he gave us a lot to think about. He gave the government a lot to look at. And we have no issue in principle with what this motion is asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first start off by saying and put on the record that this motion does have an area that focuses on real estate, property, and ownership. And though that my wife is not a owner, she works in the real estate industry. So I just want to put that on record just for clarity. Mr. Speaker, I too want to thank the mover and the seconder for bringing yet more opportunity for areas of consideration for the government and all of us as members of Parliament and the eventuality of changes being proposed to this Honourable House. I do want to kind of second the point that was just raised by the Deputy Leader of Opposition, that the first sentence in the mover of the motion suggested, he said, "Mr. Speaker, I know I'm asking for a lot." So I want us to bear that in mind, that because motions are drafted specifically in a particular way that doesn't come from the cabinet, because it wouldn't be a direct decision, it would be a bill. But it's definitely everything that needs to be considered. And Mr. Speaker, forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to chime in on some parts of the motion that I think we've said in some way, shape, or form over the last 3 years and potentially even past administrations. And it's talk about land purchases and properties for Caymanians, because I think that easily home ownership and property ownership is within the top 10 issues within the Cayman Islands.
I've started my campaign officially, and I've already started doing my surveying, and that's already started to be in the top 5. And I dare say I think it's going to end up being either 3rd or 2nd based on the figures that they're coming in. And I'm not surprised by that, Mr. Speaker, and hence the reason I've been such an advocate for the continuation and the development of the East-West Arterial. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, when it comes to property ownership, you may be hearing me talking about roads, but it's not because of the road, but because of the availability to land. I believe in the simple principles of supply and demand. And right now, the availability of land and property to be developed is only based on the land that have roads to it. So hypothetically speaking, if our land mass was 100%, we may really only have access to about 30% of the land in the Cayman Islands. And if I go back to the principles of supply and demand, if you increase the supply of something, you bring down the prices. What we've been doing is not allowing the proper road development to happen in areas where land is available potentially for development to proceed and doing which would help with the situation, but rather what we're doing is allowing more persons to do as per what the motion is suggesting, is persons land banking and that are not Caymanian. Mr. Speaker, I recall reading an article about what was happening in Canada, Vancouver. I was just trying to remember the province it was happening in, where they had a major problem with the Chinese who were purchasing up all the condos and apartments so much they had a rental problem because they were just buying it and land banking it because they had nothing else to do with their money. Huh? And they got a password out of purchasing of the properties. And Mr. Speaker, it was such a bad situation to the point where they have to bring in legislation to say, if you own property and you are not staying in that property at least 6 months out of the year, that you would be taxed up to 25% of the value of the property in order to stop or slow down this property grab that was happening, and ultimately having persons homeless because they didn't have they couldn't build enough things fast enough. And Mr. Speaker, Vancouver didn't believe in this continuing to develop. They wanted to counteract it. And I personally think it's time for us to also consider that. Now, I'm not suggesting here that a Caymanian who wants to buy 3, 4, 5 lots, you're a Caymanian, I think you should have the privilege to do that. But, and I stand to be corrected, but Mr. Speaker, at this current moment, a person can come off the plane, buy 3 apartments without getting a business license, rent it out, and make a profit off of it. So it's over 2 that they have to have the license. But Mr. Speaker, if you think about how many people are there in the world who are in a position to be able to do that, even just 2, and they don't have to pay any fees on it outside of the duties when it's a transfer, and they're making profits no different than a person opening up a small convenience store and having to pay licensing fees and so forth. I think they should be supposed to be paying them, especially if they're non-Caymanian, because you're technically operating a business for profit. And then on top of that, I'm not trying to ruin the sales market in any capacity, but the demand is so heavy that you're making the real estate market be out of the reach of Caymanians. So it's either one, we slow that down or we speed up the supply. And at this particular point, I wouldn't want to suggest the first, because there's other people's dependability on that out there in the market. We are part of our economy outside of financial services and tourism is a small section of development. We make money off the duties of the materials come in. We got people within the industry of engineering, construction, and so forth. We have persons who are in this smaller trades, tiling, plumbing, roofing, shingling, electrical, finish work, sheetrock, all those kinds of things. So there is people's livelihoods on that. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we have to figure out a way not to affect those persons in a negative way, but at the same time, have enough supply on the market for Caymanians who need homes. And the only way we're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to address the issue of the east-west arterial or even further major arterial roads to open up access to other lands that we have. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that the discussion about the wetlands is a very sensitive one. Thankfully, I got the opportunity to have a little vacation the other day, and I had to go to, I was in Orlando, what was the port called again? Port Canaveral. And you have to take a major highway through some wetlands, right? And the road seemed perfectly fine. I didn't hear about the wetlands on either side dying, and the road has been efficiently and effective for probably longer than I've been alive, because I know Port Canaveral had been there before I was born. So I don't understand the reluctancy to push this forward, where we've been, I don't want to go down this fight with the environmental movement again, but I am so adamant that this pushback is affecting the people's quality of life on so many levels. Not only their emotional state, but their financial ability. By the time we get the road done, because of all of this pushback, the house prices are going to be quadrupled. This road is not only about safety, as you heard in a previous motion. God forbid, how you say, one way up and one way down after a 500% increase in population in the Eastern District. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, what we need to start planning to do, and I've brought this to my colleagues' attention, and we've been muddling over it for some time, and hence the reason you see the Honourable Minister of Development and Infrastructure, the Honourable J.E. Banks, the Minister for Planning. Thank you, Honourable Acting Premier. Why you see him starting to focus on Plan Cayman now? Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go on record saying this, regardless of the fallout, we need to build a new town outside the western side of this island. There's no way we can control the traffic with every single soul from the east coming to the west every morning, and vice versa. Everybody who came down has to go back later on in the evening. It's just not going to work. Matter of fact, it should be the government's policy that no more government buildings are built to the west of Prospect. Now, the truth is, we are not in a position to be building any major government offices at this point because of the finances associated with other projects that the government is doing that does not affect the traffic control. But if, regardless of this administration or the next, I do not believe that any more major infrastructure from a government perspective should be built on this side. We need to start thinking about our grandchildren and building a town to the east where it has industrial areas, has a school and neighborhood area, have a hospital close by. That's, matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we may have had our share of battles. But one thing I tell them when I'm on the road, I said, nobody can stop the vision of Sir Alden McLaughlin when he built the schools. They may complain and say the schools were expensive. But your vision, I remember because I was there behind you as a little pup in the politics, and you said, in order for you to develop, you have to build a school, supermarket, hospital. We now need to start building the homes and then work with our Caymanian developers and say, listen, we can earmark sections for you for businesses. And then we'll have persons who in the eastern districts who can work down that side and don't have to leave because they can go to school there, they can go to hospital, they can shop there, and they can live there. You know how many Easterners say, I don't even want to come down? They hate it when they even have to come because Easterners are a different breed. They like the chill life. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we don't start planning like that, why are we not sitting with the Colonels, the Bordens, the Fosters, and the Markfield, all the good, strong, quality Caymanians who make success of themselves? What are we going to do? Wait for that to go down there and buy up the land and develop a new town down there like what they do in the Cayman Bay? I'm not suggesting that Cayman Bay is bad. What I'm suggesting is we need to start planning to make sure that it's a Caymanian town that is built, because it's inevitable, Mr. Speaker. What we got to do is stop thinking short term. This road is, and the prevention of that road is short term thinking. And those who oppose it, I beg you, for the benefit of the country, please start to think, how can we get it done, rather than trying to be in the way it has to happen. They don't want the building heights to go up so you can have more apartment complexes in one land zone. They don't want you to open up the land so you can build on more land that's available. What do you want? How do we resolve these problems? Now we're in territory of thinking about different tax structures to deal with the housing problem because of people being in the way over silliness of things that are inevitable. Come on. Mr. Speaker, it really annoys me because there's a suggestion that the government or anybody who is in favor of strategic common sense development and common sense infrastructure, that we're here to kill the environment. There's nobody in this building that wants to harm the environment. But we have to protect our people's lives and their livelihoods. And I keep on reminding people sustainability is not only the environment. Sustainability, by its definition, is the economy, the people, and the environment. Equally, 3 parts. Because I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that topic is going to be a major component of the next election. Because the people want to know what any elected government is going to do about how they're out of traffic, where they're going to live, where the children are going to live, how they're going to have decent jobs. And we have an opportunity. There's billionaire Caymanians out there now, not only millionaires. And we, as a people, need to sit down and say, all of you have done well for yourselves. We trust you more than anybody else. Bring the 50 of them in one room and say, listen, if anybody going to have it, I want you to have it. And figure out a plan together and give them concessions so they can build something that is Caymanian driven. That's what we need to do, and stop getting in the way. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Dr. William McKeever Bush and the member from Bontown West for bringing this. Because this motion, though it's asking the government to consider, and consider a lot as the member has recognized, but I'm glad he brought it, because it's time to start talking reality and start being nitpicking. Matter of fact, I think it was him that said it the most. We're here fighting with each other while the elephants. How you go? Where he gone? Can't remember the saying that he used to say. The ants are. How you go? Mr. Speaker, help me. You remember how the story go? You'll tell me afterwards. But it goes, basically, we're here fighting each other while the elephants stomping us. It's an African proverb. What we got to do is start fighting for each other. Caymanians, I want you to listen. Many people will come here and tell you foolishness. The reason why we've been successful is we've always been practical people. We've never been a people who are malicious in any capacity. Matter of fact, if we were more stronger for ourselves, we wouldn't so blasé with everybody else who comes to this country and takes advantage. It's time to start looking at your neighbor, no matter how much arguments I had, and say, you's a Caymanian, we're in this together and band together, because people will tell you foolishness for their own interests. Get down to the bottom of their conversations and find out why. And ask if your own people would want to undermine you. Do you think, I don't, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I'm blown away by some of the comments I hear. And thank God for people like Graham Rankin. They will call in the radio and be practical practical, as my forefathers would say. Come on now, nobody not here to ruin it. Have we gotten it all right? No. Because we've developed so fast. We're the victims of our own success, because no other Caribbean country has developed as fast as we have, where I can now go and talk to somebody who used to use the toilet outside in a shit pot. Sorry, is that allowed, Mr. Speaker, as parliamentary language?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, thank you. I have the privilege of knowing the soldiers, mothers and fathers who built the success that I'm sitting outside on slate. I'm in a parliament with slate that came from Wales. This slate in this house came from the lands of Wales. You know how successful our forefathers have been to build. Look at the mahogany wood. When we have people who are still alive who used to burn bush to run with mosquitoes while excusing themselves outside in the hole. People like that build companies that are billionaires. That's how wonderful our people have been. Get back to what you know. Don't make people fool you. There's nobody here. Nobody not turning millionaire overnight being in parliament. Matter of fact, you come inside, you'll be more broke by the time you get out. You understand? We're here to fight for you. But sometimes people will put things in your ear just because they have their own interests hidden behind closed doors. We need the road. We need to be able to get the land to give your children an opportunity to have a piece of the Caymanian pie. And don't make nobody get in the way of that. Mr. Speaker, housing is a serious issue. Because if you don't own this country, you're going to lose this country. And right now, the only way, there's Caymanians who own large plots of land. And they're suffering when they know that somebody can come and say, oh, I give you $3 billion US for that. And they say, you know what? I'd rather sit here and suffer than to be able to go out in retirement because I'm not giving it to you. I'd rather wait till a road come that I can plot it up into little spots and give it to a Caymanian for a house. And thank God for them, because otherwise all the land would be done gone. I had a conversation with one of my own constituents. Say somebody came to him about that. Say, no. I got enough. I can survive. And again, I don't care how much money you bring. Eventually, a road will come, and I will be able to make sure, come from the old school, I'll be able to make sure one little Markfield, or one little Seymour, one little Ebanks, or one little McLaughlin get a little piece, because they're not got enough. And if we do not put the infrastructure in, we're not going to be able to give the Caymanians anything. Mr. Speaker, the good elected member from Bontown West just provided this honorable house with a map. Just looking at the map, you can see how much green that we have. Here's what they're doing. And I want my good people to listen to me clearly. Here's what they're doing. I'm going to block off the wetland. Then I'm going to block off the reserve land. And then I'm going to block off necessarily the agricultural land. Where the people going to live? Where are the people going to live? Are they going to live in a developed area where you get one piece of lot in Georgetown, costs you $500,000? You're not buying a house yet, that's a land. So where are they going to live? We got to stop playing games and be more practical. We are here. Did we develop it right? No, we haven't. But we are here now, and I'm telling you, I don't want to be a part of a future where our Caymanians are homeless. They're practically at that point now. I'm scared. When I drive out at night, it's going to get really bad, you know. It's going to get really bad. And I'm going to ask you guys the question. You have a government, you had a past government, you have a current government who wants to make sure the infrastructure is there to allow ownership and roof over people's head. Do not make people get in your way. The minister is one of the strongest members. I'm proud to be a partner of him, who stand in front of anybody and say, I want it done, while forces is fighting against him, and ask the question, who they are and what they're about. And to come for me, I'm from Georgetown Central. I the one that said it. But it's time for it to stop. Yeah, I should have been a minister of planning. I'd have run the bulldozer myself. He paid more patient than me.
But none of them don't be sitting down, coming to Georgetown Central when my people outside, when Miss Skillet's eating them because they have nowhere to live. And I have no answers for them because the land too expensive. Here's what they want us to do, Mr. Speaker. They want us to build houses in land that costs more than the actual building of the house. You can't build a house in Georgetown and be practical. The government would be in debt. We can't. So wherever you're going to build the houses, we try. You know what we're doing right now? You see those supplementaries we approved? All the land acquisitions, 14 million more last year, extra than what we had. Buying land, subsidizing the land prices to give away. If all the people who are on the list to have a house today was to actually, if we could give that to them tomorrow, it would probably take out the $2 billion in our budget. Think about that. But yet still, we're saying we need to get to closer land. Again, supply and demand, Mr. Speaker. If we don't have the road, you don't add more land availability to the market, only then can the prices go down. Now, I'm not going to pretend like that won't affect some people and respect the land property values and so forth. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, well, the houses are unaffordable for Caymanians, while at the same time, your particular piece of property stay up high. What are we going to do? Unless we're okay with the government taking further loans to just make sure there's a roof over a Caymanian head. And I tell you what, if there's any one priority for me as an elected member, is to make sure every Caymanian has a house that they can call their own so they can be proud to be a Caymanian. Because if you don't have a house for yourself in Cayman, how can you say you're a Caymanian? Then the question comes in is, who are we billing for? Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has kept me under control by collective responsibility, but getting close to election now. And if I'm begging my good people of the Cayman Islands, particularly those of Georgetown Central who've given me the opportunity, I know you know how I operate. I'm a pretty straightforward person. But don't let people tell you nonsense. We've always been people who are practical in our thinking. And matter of fact, when they come to you with nonsense, they'll listen to me carefully. My job is to look out for my people and my children and grandchildren. Nobody here wants to undermine our own nation. But we have to survive. We have to have a roof over our head. We have to be able to get to and from work within a reasonable period of time. Mr. Speaker, you know what's going to happen? When you retire and I retire, I think you're going to live a long time. So by the time I retire, you're going to be still around. You're probably going to be on your farm, and then you can talk about how bad it was in Parliament then. But here's what's going to happen. There's going to be a study later on in history about the time period now. And people are going to say, the rates of suicides in the Cayman Islands jumped in a particular period. And then the sociologists are going to start thinking and say, well, what happened? Was it COVID shots? What was it? And eventually they're going to come to one conclusion. Is the pressure that we have allowed to happen on our people without the comfort of knowing there is a means to an end will cause people so much stress. Suicide rates happen, eating habits and lack of exercise and stress levels. Wait till we start to actually dive into the death rates and whether it's changing or not. I had to bury, not me personally, but I had to deal with, my community had to deal with the loss. You heard how many obituaries I had to read when it started on Tuesday? People dying, they're dropping every single week. While I was on vacation, I had 3 deaths in one day, unexplained. Mr. Speaker, our people deserve better. And I'm going to tell you what sometimes our biggest problem is. We try and please too many people are getting fed up with that, do you know? Getting fed up with that. You're trying to be nice, you're expected to be, oh, I'm a good minister. Have to act appropriately and oh, you can't speak like this, you can't speak like that. But yet still are people saying, what you're doing Well, you got to show for it, right? And people getting fed up with that, you know. I'll be honest with you, I getting fed up with it because I came here, started from that side to come over here to be able to deliver, to prove that we can get things done. But then you get these organized groups getting in the way of practical things, and you sit down and you try to have practical conversations with them. You can see that they have no intention to get to the same place. Even if you say, come on, let's meet in the halfway. They're like, no, you need to come all the way over here to me. I've said before, I think I was sitting right here. We're going to get to a point where people so frustrated, they're not even going to want to hear your argument or your rationality. They're going to be so mad, they can pick a group of people to come up inside this house that would tear down everything in sight and just build whatever they want to build. We got to be more reasonable in our approaches. I remember sitting over there, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I know I've taken up some time, but I need to get this off my chest. I do apologize. I remember sitting down over there in opposition, right where the Honorable Member of West Bay West is sitting, and the former leader of opposition, the Honorable Arden McLean, sat there, as well as the Honorable former leader as well of opposition. Interestingly enough, they switched out. Ezra Miller speaking about trying to increase the levels within certain areas of development so apartment structures can be a little bit higher so Caymanians can get more. As soon as you mention anything, they find every excuse in the whole world to say no. While the population of Caymanians are getting larger, most of that is by immigration, because we're not reproducing enough Caymanians. And when they become Caymanian, they are part of our family, like the Honorable Dr. Makiva Bush said. Whether you like it or not, they are ours. They're part of this family and they're on this boat now. So embrace that. Because fighting it don't make no sense. We got to make sure that we're in a common place. So there's loads of them and nowhere to go. And every time you offer something, what about building heights? They're going to go in the ground. We're talking about opportunity and growth. They realize that, okay, you don't want to go up no higher? Well, you know what? If they don't go up, they're going to go out. So which one is it? I mean, I think that all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is I'm glad that the minister, I'm going to wrap it up now, right? I'm going to say I'm glad that the member brought this bill. Because what this bill tells me is, right, is there's so many options that are available for us to consider. And I guess what we need to do is just stop being afraid and just put your foot down and kind of do like what the former government did. I'm going to give you a cookie this evening, Mr. Speaker. You were right about the port. And they're going to come around. You were right. But we may need to put our foot down, but we can't do it with only us understanding it. We have to do it with the people understanding it. And that's why I'm being as blunt as I am today, because I know my good people of Cayman listens to these, at least the good old school Caymanians. They sit down by the Radio Cayman, radio, and they say, oh, listen to Brian Hart tonight. Brian Hart tonight. And they will listen, and they're going to pass it down to their children. And the seniors will say, listen to me now. We're going with Sabrina. We're going with Jay, we're going with Kenny, we're going to Andre. This is who we're voting for. So I know they're listening. And I want them to know that this parliament still has your traditional Caymanians with common sense, but we need your strength for those who are posing practical approaches to help you. You see, they send me in here and say, oh, he's going to be too aggressive. He can't be minister. Can't be doing this. Don't send him up inside the house, you know. Sometimes you need to be a little bit more assertive so people can understand, because we're not here for fun and games. We're here to produce outcomes. And I can't say with full authority that I've succeeded in that yet, because I'm not satisfied. There's too many young Caymanians. I can't even ask the young Caymanians to come home. I can't even ask them to come home. Come home to what? We can't even build a road. 3 years in this administration, the road can't go through because other people are trying to stop it. And we're trying to build a road to get people out of traffic and try to get more homes built. But then come home to. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I had to get it out. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity. You had plenty of opportunity to stop me and you didn't stop me, so I appreciate that. With that being said, that was my contribution, and I give on my behalf, and I know the acting premier will speak on behalf of the government, but I'm glad that this motion came, and those are my contributions.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Welcome to my world. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Acting Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make hopefully a concise contribution to the debate on this motion, which, Mr. Speaker, I think presents the House and this government with a golden opportunity. I'd like to thank the mover and the seconder for bringing the motion. I think I'll start with in a place where I believe the deputy leader of the opposition started, because he's been standing in my shoes. And it'll be indicative of where I believe we are as a country, as and can draw a broad parallel to other pieces of legislation in this meeting. Mr. Speaker, a number of the pieces of the legislation on our statute books were developed for a different age in Cayman. And now that we have become a sophisticated financial services and commerce center, we need to revisit a number of pieces of legislation. And even as we've grown in sophistication as a society, we have to change. And that is even outside of business. Mr. Speaker, I recall earlier this week where you were vociferous in your comments on the firearms bill of a historical hangover about custody and holding firearms to the police, that I think a number of people that day hadn't realized was actually part of the existing legislation, not even in the amendment bill that we were bringing. But it was developed, I presume, at a time and place where Cayman was different, and nobody just recognized that it was still there. The Minister for Health has reformed the Pharmacy Act. And if you read the legislation as it stands versus her amendment bill, it will look ridiculous in this time and place. So that's the parallel that I seek to draw with the trade and business law and the local company control law. It was developed at a time and place for the purposes that the deputy leader of the opposition outlined. What this motion calls for is for us to be innovative and create reforms and enact reforms that are more fitting for the time and place. To give the facts that the member for the Auden Town West, there are approximately, as at 30 June, 209 local company control law licenses now. That is at its lowest from 2020. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is this administration gave a broad mandate, informal mandate, to the board to refuse LCCLs for which you can see that Caymanians can do on its face. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in the last meeting of the House in February, the government put forward and I presented the Local Company Control Amendment Bill. And that was to allow Cabinet to set fees under that legislation by way of regulations. And that then provided the enabling provision for us to reset some of the fees that were just grossly out of date. So by also adding fee deterrence, we're starting to see a decrease in LCCLs because some of them were just too cheap. And in the presentation of that bill, members may recall that I mentioned that the ministry's policy team had already begun to look at some of the categories, because once they got on the hunt for the fees, they began to look at the categories and started to point out categories, just as the deputy leader of the opposition mentioned, in terms of the number of janitorials, the number of certain businesses. It just seemed staggering that you would know, are there that many janitorials in the Cayman Islands? What are they all doing? Do we know what they're all doing? So they've already begun to touch on some of these categories, and the one that jumped out to the team was real estate agents. And there are a number of real estate agents that are constituents in West Bay South that are multi-generational Caymanians. So I asked, as part of informal constituency feedback, how would you all feel? And this is way before I even knew the member for West Bay West was even going to bring this motion. This was at the time we were presenting the LCCL amendment bill in February, where the policy team was beginning to have these discoveries. So I bounced it off 5 or 6 multi-generational Caymanian real estate agents and said, what if the government moved towards making this category 100% Caymanian owned? You know it's serious, and I'm sure with your experience, Mr. Speaker, you must have gotten this. When a constituent departs from calling you minister and says, Andre, if you all bring that, now your government is starting to do something to help, because there's no reason why that category cannot be conducted purely by Caymanians. We would have the Parliament's back. Because again, the legislation was developed at a different time and place. So I do agree with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition that this is a golden opportunity to have consultation, touch on the categories where it's blindingly obvious that Caymanians can do with 100%. Start to think of innovative categories, because what you don't want is to be too rash and have something backfire. So I'd mentioned to the member for West Bay West that in conferring with the policy team in the Commerce Ministry, in the motion, I talked to him earlier today to say, for example, in one of the resolves, a moratorium on the issuance of local control law licenses. So well, look, we kind of rounded the houses with the board, and they said we would interpret that to mean a general moratorium, so the broad mandate that the minister already gave, but you wouldn't necessarily want to make it absolute, because there could be a completely specialized business that could come to Cayman and wants to move from a different jurisdiction. The board feels hamstrung and handcuffed that we can't get this business, that wants to migrate to Cayman because of this rule. So for example, a number of the airlines here operate on LCCLs. Their shareholding structures come as it is. So it's either we want the route or we don't. So they said, look, we don't want to get tied up and be able to lose a business that would benefit the islands overall, where the share structure is at the overall benefit of the country, and there's not a Caymanian that could do it. So, but there will also be other tiers where there could be a pool of Caymanians that could do it. So you'd want to have a little bit of flexibility. So we would interpret that as a general broad moratorium, but there would be some highly specialized exceptions. So that's all some of the stuff that would come through in public consultation. And you could have a situation in where you have a genuine multi-generational Caymanian small business, 2 or 3 Caymanians, becomes successful, maybe it's a technology company, grows, and then they want to sell to a large global company and then feel restricted that they can't, and we lose their opportunity to become multimillionaires. It can happen. With technology companies and AI companies, there was a talk that the Chamber of Commerce had done, the Economic Forum at the beginning of the year, where there was a IT session. And one of the local IT companies was saying it's only a matter of time before the world sees the one-person billion-dollar company that could be based on software. So we do need to think about the anomalies and not stunt the potential growth for a young Caymanian and be able to have a somewhat flexible regime. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the last resolve in terms of access to capital and more funding for CIDB and the member for Bordentown West discussion on access to capital, I think the mover of the motion recognized that government, that couldn't rest all on government. And there's only so much money that you can put realistically in the development bank. But there are other tools. So at the moment, the Ministry of Investment and Innovations team is working with the financial services team on a platform of a policy that's called crowdfunding. That is a more sophisticated version for investment purposes of a member of the House have heard of GoFundMe, where a family maybe perhaps can't afford a costly medical operation and the members of the community chip in a few dollars each. This would be a more graduated form of that, where investors can pool in money. So if a small business, and this was discussed at a Raising Capital Forum that the Cayman Islands Business Development Center put in just a few weeks ago, to say, all right, there are now multi-generational, multi-millionaire Caymanians. If a young Caymanian startup needs 150, 200,000, that may not be palatable for a local bank. That may not even be palatable for one multi-millionaire, but a pool of them might say, all right, I'll chip in 25, I'll chip in 50, I'll chip in 75 into a crowd funding pool platform, and the event that the actual business starts up and begins to make money and they get a return. So my point is that it's not solely on the government in order to fund the development bank to an amount that is not fiscally prudent. There are other policy changes that we can make to facilitate more joint ventures that the private sector can facilitate. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I think in a nutshell, we as a government accept the motion. I think it'll be an innovative and I hope energizing exercise that we can all participate in. When the Commerce Policy team begins to, in short order, flesh out some of these proposals and draw the outline of what the consultation would be, I look forward to working not only with the mover of the motion and of course colleagues in caucus, but across the aisle and draw on some of the ideas that have been put forward today in order to innovate this legislation. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity for a brief comment and contribution of what I think is a useful motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll ask the Honourable mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, just want to thank everyone for their input. Do want to thank the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Tourism who spoke for the membership on this side, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition who spoke for the other side, and certainly want to thank the seconder of the motion. I'm pleased to have support from the Cabinet, as I know some of their thought process, trying to get things done, and some of this motion needs to be done quickly. But the bureaucracy set up in this country is what it is. It's maddening. That's what it is. And so government can't move as quickly as our people need them to. So, but as a cabinet, they can decide how to address the issues that has not been decided on yet, whatever committees or whatever they're doing, whatever cabinet is doing. And of course, cabinet is a driving force in getting these matters done. And the issue that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition spoke to, I think, can easily be addressed because the motion is designed to help Caymanians, not to disadvantage Caymanians. That's what the motion is all about, and we don't want to do that. I've never been one that didn't want to give Caymanians something. Well, however, once it was legal, if they dealt with the man in the moon, well, their business. We do have to come to a place where certain aspects of business, certain businesses, can be left for our people. And that's what the motion is all about. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to hold up any longer. I'm very satisfied that the House feels the way, some more passionately than others. And like the Minister of Tourism. But let us give God thanks for our islands. As everybody, not everybody, thank God. There are those who are playing their politics and want to say how bad things are in Cayman and how better they can make it. I doubt it. I doubt it. Some of them will have to take a long time to learn because some of them believe that you can just say it and that's it. And they get in those seats, they will understand that it's much easier, it's so easy to say, but so difficult to do. What our job is to protect Cayman in a world that is ever-changing and with 100 and something nationalities here. We have to protect Cayman. See that our culture is not dissolved. See that our children and grandchildren and our posterity is taken care of. And as I said, I have great hope for this country. We got good people in this house. Not to say that I agree with everybody, but I don't think there's anybody here that wants to see any harm come to this country. No matter what they talk about. They talk about the environment. They talk about we destroying this. We talk about they're not getting this. As I said, what do they want? I heard the Minister of Tourism say that. What do they want? And that's it. I don't want you get. You don't need to get. That's the thought process. That's the thought process. I made my money now and let's stop it. Shut it down. Sorry, can't agree with that. We got too many things to do, too many to protect, and so we must continue to develop. We must continue to do a better job of protecting our children and grandchildren and those who come here and to live with us and move and have their being. That's our job. Thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience, and thank all members for their spoken support and otherwise.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that government considers taking immediate steps to amend the Trade and Business Act to increase the percentage ownership by Caymanians from 60% to 100% for the following business activities: real estate sales and property management companies, construction businesses up to 1.5 million Cayman Islands dollars, car rentals, water sports operations, light technology up to 2.5 million Cayman Islands dollars. Be it further resolved that government places a moratorium on the issuance of local companies control licenses. Be it further resolved that the government considers immediately taking the necessary steps to ensure that properties in Cayman are purchased and set aside for Caymanians only by the following means. 1, that foreign developers building apartments, hotels, and such developments pay to the government a 5% fee off the top of the value of said developments. 2, that such funds be set aside by the government to purchase properties that are earmarked to be purchased by Caymanians only. 3, that when such properties are purchased by Caymanians, they cannot be used for land banking and can only be sold to another Caymanian. And 4, that the maximum amount of lots that can be bought by any Caymanian through the above means be 2 lots. Be it further resolved that government considers taking the necessary steps to ensure that the Cayman Islands Development Bank is given the necessary resources to assist qualified Caymanian business and qualified Caymanian entrepreneurs with the necessary funding to engage in business activities that are owned 100% by Caymanians. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Honorable members, I propose to take a brief evening suspension now. Shall we return at 7:15 by the clock in this chamber? My own watch is 5 minutes faster.